So just been an important advocate for his community in the Ashburton district. Just wanted to acknowledge Chris, but also his family. Also to Frank Dooley, which I know Dion is going to pick up later, and Ian's going to pick up, and other councillors are going to pick up some acknowledgements of Chris. But Frank was a regional councillor from the West Coast, so just acknowledging his passing in the last week. And I know that Nook is going to pick up about Uncle Willie Toe from Ngaituahuriri, who's passed away also. And finally from me, my uncle Dick Tairoa from out Taumutu, but also a stalwart of Leaston and Leaston Rugby Club. I played rugby with his sons, but also had many great times with them out at the marae at Taumutu and interactions out there. So just wanted to acknowledge Dick and his whānau. But I'm going to open that space up now. Welcome to our meeting. Open that space up for those councillors to make their acknowledgements. Hand to you first, Ian, if you would like to go first.
Thank you, Craig. And I just want this council to acknowledge Chris Allen, who's an outstanding and highly regarded farm leader, especially in the areas of water, environment and river management. He was on the zone committee, he was on the National Board of Federated Farmers. He was probably, and I think our rivers management team would argue that he was probably the most effective member of any river liaison committee in the whole of the Canterbury region in terms of what he was trying to achieve. So he was an outstanding character and loved by the whole district. And so this is a real shock and a real shock to our community. It's knocked a lot of people off their perch. He was a good friend with a lovely sense of humour and a sense of mischief. And we used to talk several times a month because he was quite interested in, was highly engaged in all things to do with the regional council and farming. And I've always thought that I was just warming him to take over from me, which if the world was rational, he would have been elected instead of me, and he would still be a councillor. But I was hoping that he would take over from me. And the last time I had a conversation with him was he rang up and he said, this was after our vote on the RPS, he said, hello, councillor, which was his normal way of ringing me up, just to put me on my toes. He said, I see you've got the vote right for once. He said, you might have to do another term if you keep voting that way, he said. So that's the measure of the man. He was a lovely man, and Anne-Marie, his wife, and Jono and Natalie, his son and daughter, as can be expected, in grief and shock, and we can't do anything to help that other than be friends.
Thanks, mate.
Kia ora, Ian. Thank you for those words. To pay tribute to Chris, totally support what you've said in terms of his leadership in the community and the work that he's done with Environment Canterbury over the years, so thank you. Are there any other councillors that would like to speak in tribute to Chris?
Just to reinforce Ian's sentiments.
Kia ora, Peter. Any others?
Just to echo the thoughts and words of Ian and Peter, and my involvement with him through Zone Committee and advocacy in the Mid-Canterbury District, all the things he's done, including his role with the Rural Advisory Group and Civil Defence and the work he there. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Dion.
It's not often I'll stand, but it's I think it's appropriate to stand for the passing of Frank Dooley, who was a current sitting councillor for the West Coast Regional Council. We all take office really seriously, and it's quite sad when a person who is serving their community dies while they're they're in office and serving. So it was a bit of a shock. The Dooley family is a family friends of our family over on the West Coast, and Frank was quite a bold character. He did a lot for the Buller region. I was just going to put a good photo of the Frank here. I've got him here. He was a solid advocate for Buller, and we all know what councillors can be like when they're solid advocates for their region. Frank achieved quite a lot for Buller, and he is going to be quite sorely missed. And for our whole regional council family, actually, or for the regional councils in the South Island, Frank was quite often an agitator, but he got stuff done. And we all know what that's like. So just wanted to acknowledge Frank's passing. I think some of our other colleagues in this room knew Frank or the work that Frank had done as well. But yeah, rest in peace, mate. And your family is going to sorely miss you.
Dion, tēnā koe. Councillor Korako.
Ka taka tomo toi. E kapo i te whetu, e kapo i te marama, e kapo i tata, ko taku raukira kei riri. Anō reira, ko te poraporaki mō tēnei tauka o Naitua Huriri. Anō reira e haere atu rā e William Tau. E haere atu rā ki te pāta whakawairua e takoto, takoto, takoto. Takoto i rangi Māria i rungi i tō waka, hoi atu tō waka ko tuatarai. Haere, haere, e haere atu rā e Will. Anō reira, ko te whānau o Will, me tō whānau Tau, me tō whānau Pitama. Ko tēnei mama o Mamai Roa Pitama, rawa ko tēnei papa o Nuku Roa, te raki tauneke Tau. Nō reira, ko William Tau, ko te teina o Rakihia Henare Tau, kua mate. Nō reira, ko Tuahuriri, ko Awarua Waihopai, aro whenua, e mō tō whānau o Waihau. Mō tō whānau o Waihau, nā i mihi atu, tō whanaunga o Uncle Nook, Nuku Roa, me tō o te tuahine e Elizabeth Timua, te maire tau, mō tō Waihau. Nō reira, e Will, e haere atu rā ki te pāta whakawairua, e takoto, takoto, takoto. Anō reira, āpiti hono tātai hono, o rātou ki te honga mate ki a rātou, āpiti hono tātai hono, tātou, ki te honga ora, ki te honga ora ki a tātou. Nō reira, e te tiamana, e te kai whakahaere, mō tō tumuaki, o te hui, mō tō māngai, o te tēpu, te hui kaunihera whakamutuka mō tēnei tau. Nō koutou rā, merikiri himete, nā mihi ki te tauhau hoki. Nō reira, e mihi atu, e mihi atu. I just want to stand to acknowledge William Tau, who was the younger brother of Rakihia Henare Tau, who actually the one who lost the final claim, the Tirunango Naitahu claim. The present upoko, Rakihia was an upoko, and also he was one of the extreme leadership of Naitahu ka te Mamoi Waitaha, particularly during the claim and following the claim. His son follows in his footsteps to Maire Tau, who is the upoko of Naitua Huriri. I also wanted to acknowledge the whānau from Waihau, and particularly because when you look at Will's father, his father and my grandmother were brother and sister, and the big part of their whakapapa is from Waihau. And so I wanted to acknowledge that as well. His tangi is taking place at the moment at Tuahuriri, and so I will leave earlier to actually attend that tangi. There's a lot of people that have come from overseas and also here from Aotearoa as well. Nō reira, mihi atu kia koutou katoa. Kia ora.
Ha tēnā koe tūta haunoko. Me nā kaikaunihera e mihi poropora aki ki ngā mate. A tēnā koutou, a tēnā koutou, a tēnā koutou. So just acknowledging, thank you, Nook. Thanks to the other councillors for doing that, and thanks for returning us to the world of the living too, Nook. Thank you for that. So just want to declare our meeting open. And, oh, sorry, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, aroha mai, John.
Sorry. Can I also note the passing of Michael Thomas McEvity, a friend, mentor and confidant to many. To date, he was the longest-serving mayor of the Selwyn district. He oversaw the centralisation of the district into Rolleston and the building of the centre that was there. He was equally integral in the development of the iZone Park and the business park within Selwyn, and as reminded, was the first chair of the working group under the CWMS to bring zone committees together. So a particular role with this council as that piece of work came together. He was also a Knight of the Order of St John for his work, both at a district, regional and a national level. He had the ear of prime ministers and ministers and used that whenever he could to advocate for not only St John but Selwyn and the greater Canterbury area. He was chair of the museum board, PHOs, president of Ellesmere and Canterbury A&P associations, arts councils, community groups. The list is exceeding the time I have today, but I just wish to acknowledge his passing and the role that he had in not just Selwyn, but within Canterbury and New Zealand. Thank you.
Tēnā koe, John. Nei te mihi kia koe mo tō mihi ki Michael. I knew Michael, definitely Mayor McEvity, for sure. I worked with him in my work at Selwyn District Council and with Taumutu over the years, so thank you for that acknowledgement. Apti hono tātou hono, tātou kia tātou, apti hono tātou hono rātou kia rātou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou anō. So our meeting is open. Thank you for all those acknowledgements. Wow, what a bunch of people we've lost in the last while, so just really, again, acknowledge that. Just wanted to acknowledge a few things today. We've got a bit of a change in order in some of our papers, so I just wanted to talk about that now before we got into things. So shortly we're going to bring forward something from my chair's report in 9.3. We're going to do that up first. Then we will go to through our apologies and through our conflicts of interest, but then we'll be going to our deputation from Dardanelle. We'll get into that. And then we're going to bring forward item 8.5 earlier in the meeting, which is our submission on the Principles of Treaty Waitangi Bill. And that's because so those people that are here for that can hear that debate. Then we'll be going through a number of other papers. We'll be going back to our minutes. We've got a few supplementary papers to bring into this meeting. We have 8.1, our recess committee. Then we'll be going to 8.2 and 8.3, 8.4, and then we'll bring in 8.8 and 8.9 forward as well because they're all public transport related to do them together. Then we're doing 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, and then we're going back to 8.6. So that might be confusing, but just so you know, that's what's happening, and I'll keep us on track. So just to acknowledge that. So before we begin our meeting proper, the item from my chair's report that I really wanted to bring forward is in relation to Dr. Adrian Meredith. Now, Adrian's in the room. Kia ora, Adrian. Do you want to come to the table? I reckon that'd be good. Now, I've worked with Adrian over many years as well on a number of issues in my time working for Te Runanga o Ngaitahu, but also as a representative for my runanga on various issues. One that I'm still working with Adrian on is around the Osborne's Drain consenting matters at Selwyn. We've got a working party there with the local drainage committee as well as DOC, the Runanga, Te Runanga o Ngaitahu and Selwyn District Council. So I enjoy our meetings that we have, and we've made some real progress over the years there, Adrian. But why Adrian's here today is because he received a very prestigious award in the last while. And he was given the award from the New Zealand Freshwater Sciences Society, for someone who has shown outstanding contribution to the understanding and management of freshwater. Now, what's special about this is the first time that this New Zealand Freshwater Sciences Society medal has ever been awarded to a regional council scientist. So normally it goes to scientists at universities. So very prestigious thing to have received. So obviously Adrian's a long-standing member of our science team here, but just really want to acknowledge that you've been given that award. Very well deserved, Adrian. Look, amongst other things that Adrian's been a part of, he assisted in setting up the macroinvertebrate monitoring program, and has also recognised the pressure on our lowland streams from agricultural intensification. This latter work resulted in the decision to create water quality and ecological status for the Hines Drain, which allowed for the setting of water quality limits for that area. So really just want to acknowledge you, Adrian. Happy if you would like to say a few words, but I'll hand it over to you. Well done.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for those kind words, or Craig, if I may call you that. We have worked a lot over the years, and councillors, thank you for this recognition. It's been reflecting. This was awarded about 3 weeks ago, and I had no inkling of it at all. So it came out of thin air, and it's a great privilege, and I accept it very graciously, and I'm very humbled by it. But I view it somewhat as a validation of what I've been doing for almost 40 years as a officer of or scientist at regional councils around the country. So once again, thank you very, very much for recognising it here today, and I'm looking forward to receiving the medal physically this time next year in Te Pai, the conference centre here, when the conference is here in Christchurch next year, and I have the opportunity to give about a 1 hour plenary on my life career and things like that, so there's a lot to reflect on. But once again, thank you for the acknowledgement, and I accept it sort of as a great privilege, both on behalf of my regional council colleagues around the country and here at Environment Canterbury as well. Thank you.
Kia ora, Adrian. Tēnā atu. Hi, thank you for that, and well done again, Adrian. Okay, we're going to move on to our apologies now. So I don't think we've got any. We've got 3 councillors online. Welcome to you that are online. So we'll move forward to our conflicts of interest. Does anybody have a conflict of interest with today's agenda? Any items on there? No, that's good. Let's move forward. So we're into our public forums and deputations, and thank you for being so patient, Darnell and Whānau. Welcome to the table. As you'll know, we've got 10 minutes for your presentation. You've been here before, but this time I know you're coming to speak on the item 8.5 in our agenda. So when you're ready, I think you understand the button technique. So I'll hand it over to you when you're ready, Darnell, and to your whānau.
Tēnā tātou. We won't take a photo this time, as we did last time. I mihi atu kia koutou. Thank you very much for hearing us today. It's really hard to come into a hui when there has been so much death. And I just want to acknowledge that everybody's emotions will be quite... it may even made me emotional. There's one whānau that Nook alluded to, which is our cousin Shane. So Timua, Brennan's boy, who had been missing for a long time, and they had finally found him and brought him home. So I just want to acknowledge him as well. I'm here as the chair of Te Runanga o Waihao, and I've brought my lovely uncle Dick.
Tēnā koe.
Tēnā koutou. Uncle Dick is a direct descendant of Te Huruhuru, who was the rakatere, the southern borders of Ikan's takiwa. Who are we? We're Te Aitaka Tapuiti. In the formal modern day Te Runanga o Waihao, we descend from Waitaha, Kati Mamwe, Kaitahu, Rapuwai, Hatiatia, and collectively we have over 18. Here to talk to the Treaty Principles Bill submission that is on your agenda today. And in the famous words of Alanis Morissette, isn't it ironic that the whakamana te tiriti training for your Environment Canterbury kaimahi, your staff, is happening in the room next door as we have a kōrero about this. You have received your technical advice, you have your draft submission, you've done your workshops. I'm not going to speak to that. You've already got great experts within your organisation. I'm going to be talking to us as Waihao and speaking to our position. We oppose this bill completely. That shouldn't come as a surprise to anybody. And we really support Environment Canterbury's submission against the bill as well. In the higher level, it's just a waste of taxpayer dollar and time and resource and political airtime. But on a deeper level, there is everyday impacts that this rhetoric has opened up for our whānau. And I do want to talk to those stories on an individual basis. But if we talk to our tino rangatiratanga or tino rakaterataka that is enshrined not only in Te Tiriti o Waitangi but in our Ngaitahu Settlement Deed and Ngaitahu Settlement Act. The principles of this bill are attempting to override and rewrite that for us. What that means is that a centralised government through a coalition agreement has decided that the engagement with the public on this particular issue is a priority before engaging with their Te Tiriti partner. I would expect that this is sometimes how people feel when the district council changes plans without consultation, where a regional council changes governing areas or plans without having a due process of consultation with the people that are impacted. That is a very simple explanation to how we are feeling. The principles itself, when they have been rewritten, it might sound really great, actually, you know, equality for all. It sounds like it's a really practical and pragmatic approach to the constitutional arrangements of our country. But you may have seen the polling that has come out from one of the news outlets that essentially says that 39% of our country don't even know enough about our own constitutional arrangements to be able to have an informed decision about this. And I think that is a reflection of our colonial systems that have created this lack of knowledge and understanding across our country. In terms of tino rakaterataka, for us that is, and we've had many conversations in different wānanga at Tuia, what does tino rakaterataka actually mean, and applied in a modern day context. And to those kōrero, I would say that for Waihao, it means that we would have drinking water that we can drink without receiving some form of nitrate-induced illness. It would mean that we would be able to access the places in which we would traditionally gather our food to sustain our people, because that doesn't happen at the moment. It would mean that we would be able to co-design a sign for an entrance and exit to our district with our local council without having public backlash and racist rhetoric splattered throughout public forums. Tino Rakaterataka to us is our ability to self-determine the things that are going to work for us the best. At this point, the Treaty Principles Bill and the principles that are being presented to the public have a direct, I'm looking at the time because I know I went over last time, have a direct impact on our whānau individually. And I just want to take you back in time a little bit to see how not having a position or not opposing this bill has real impact on our people from Waihao. So we all know in the late 1800s and the early 1900s there was a lot of legislation and policy put in place to make sure that Māori were integrated into a colonial system. There was the impacts of the education system, Native Schools Act. You can learn English, but you can't speak te reo. My tawa was one of those generations where that impacted her significantly. Uncle Dick was one of those generations where that impacted him and his whānau. We had whānau who would put talcum powder on their faces so that they would look less Māori. We had one of our whānau who had a baby out of wedlock. Ooh, shock horror back in the early 1900s, 1920s, 1930s. Women's rights were less than at that particular point in time. We had a whānau member who had a baby out of wedlock and was sent away from the pā because the father of that child was Pākehā and that family didn't want a Māori baby inheriting the farm. We have tangible, real-life impact and intergenerational impact on the divisiveness and the rhetoric that is set by this type of conversation even occurring in the first place. And what we are asking for is leadership. We are asking for Environment Canterbury, as the sign says, and I'm going to read it out to you, because you might not see it because it's on the other side of the po out in your foyer. The tuia purpose is to ensure meaningful engagement with Ngāi Tahu is at the forefront of every organisational function as the Treaty of Waitangi intends. We at Environment Canterbury recognise Ngāi Tahu whānau and hapu as mana whenua, and therefore it is important that all the work we do with mana whenua to develop their personal knowledge of te reo, language and tikanga culture. It's taken a long time to build a relationship worthy of being honoured with this precious taonga pounamu, which is the pounamu that we all see and we all touch every time we come into this whare. We also have a beautiful tuia journey, what would you call that? Taonga, of how long it has taken to enshrine a tuia relationship, a te tiriti relationship. And we're never going to get it right all the time. There is always going to be friction and opposing views across the table, just as there is opposing views around this table all the time. But what we do expect is that when somebody or something comes at us, that we have a partner that we can rely on, that we can stand side by side and say, this isn't acceptable. Because if only some of our whānau that had their reo taken off them, beaten out of them, for our taua and paua that were experimented on with dentists because Māori children were not supposed to have a good outcome when it came to oral health. So our children got holes drilled in their teeth and they had full dentures by the time of 25. For those tamariki who witnessed the racist rhetoric of the community that they lived in enter into their workforce and then their life trajectory of what their expectations were as an individual contributing to the society that we call Aotearoa, if only they had the strength of a partnership like this to support them, because that didn't exist. I have my niece here with me today. She is one of your youth councillors. And what I would expect as an auntie is that this council shows to her that you've got her back, and that you've got the back of not just Māori, but everybody who lives under the korowai of Ngaitahu and of Environment Canterbury. It's really important that the environmental regulator has an ability to impact on, how do I put this? Your job is not just impacting on the environment. Your job impacts on people every single day. And if our environment is well, then our people are well. That is very well known. If we have the ability to stand in unity to say no to this bill, then we have the ability to work together to improve our environmental outcomes that produces economic development, that produces healthy waterways that we can swim in, that produces urban design and form and function that sustains us for 100 years, that produces public transport so that our kids can get to school in a way that doesn't impact on our environment anymore. We have the ability to do that, but first it takes real courage as a regional council to stand together and say, yeah, nah, we don't accept this. And I'm pretty sure I've gone over my time, but I mihi atu kia koutou. Thank you for listening. I don't know if you need to ask any questions, but you're more than welcome to.
Kia ora tātou. Yeah, I think we'll just accept your deputation. We will pass a resolution to receive that, and then we're going to get into our debate on the principles bill shortly anyway. So first, you would like to move the resolution so that we receive the deputation of Dardanelle McLean-Smith, the Chair of Waiho Runanga, regarding agenda item 8.5. And that will, thank you, Nook, and that will provide a reply to you, Dardanelle, as soon as practicable. But of course, the reply will probably come in the debate as well. So all those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. Thank you so much. So I'm just got a few other procedural things to do before we go to 8.5. So just to note that we've got no other extraordinary or urgent business, and we've got no notices of motion. And I just want to bring 8.7 forward, and that is a resolution to include supplementary reports in our meeting today. So we've had two other supplementary reports brought to our council, and that's in relation to some public transport matters. So I just want to move that we receive and consider the following reports at our 11th of December council meeting, and that's the public transport private revenue share paper and the initial decisions for Greater Christchurch Metro fare changes. Can I have a seconder for that? Thanks, Joe. And all those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Thank you. Cheers. Okay, we're going to come back to, Councillor Davies was the seconder. Thank you. And now we're going to bring forward item 8.5. So item 8.5 is in relation to the deputation that you just heard, which is our treaty, the submission on the treaty principles bill. I'd like to call to the table David Pianata O'Connell and Tom Scott, who who have worked on this submission for us. So welcome to the table. And Terry, kia ora Terry, welcome to the table also. Look, this is a pretty emotive thing for many of us, so just wanted to acknowledge that, and thank you, Darnell, for acknowledging that too. But looking forward to having a good presentation from our staff and then a good debate around this matter. So kia ora, I'll hand over to the team. Oh, actually, I'm just going to say one other thing before we start. So in the paper, in the press this morning, you would have noted, maybe some people would have seen a picture of me in the press, which is a photo that the press took of me when I became the chair, and that's all good. Underneath it had a statement that I had previously written to the Environment or the Justice Select Committee, asking for the bill to be abandoned. That is not true. I did not do that. I've not written any such letter. I purposely stayed pretty neutral on this matter, so that we could have a good discussion about it at this council. So just wanted to note that. I believe it's been taken down or changed online. There was also another error in that article as well about the amount of, or the quantum of funding that the Ngāi Tahu councillors get. That's been also changed online. Unfortunately, it wasn't changed in the paper that's gone out to print. But just to acknowledge that, because that would mean I would be predetermined, and I have not done that. So just want to acknowledge that. I'll hand over to the team.
Tēnā koe, Chair Pauling, tēnā koutou katoa, tuatahi kei te mihi, ki tō whānau, ki te waihau, Darnell me tō whānau hoki, e mihi ana ki tō kōrero I tēnei ata. Kia ora. Tēnā koutou katoa. As we discussed at last week's public workshop, staff recommendation is that we provide a submission to the Justice Select Committee in opposition to the Treaty Principles Bill. Following the public workshop and the kōrero that we had there, we circulated a draft submission for your feedback via email. Staff have now incorporated that feedback into the draft submission that is appended to your papers. We'll take the paper as read, but obviously we are happy to take questions for clarification. Tēnā koe.
Thanks, Terry. Any questions from councillors on the submission, draft submission? Ian?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. On point 12, you talk about, can you explain, you talk about the bill relies on a flawed translation of presumably the treaty. Can you explain exactly what you're referring to there?
Yeah, kia ora, Councillor Mackenzie. Just 2 points on this. I would just note that international law recognises that when there's confusion around the interpretation of a contract or treaty between two parties, that the Indigenous interpretation takes precedence. So just that point. And then secondly, in terms of there's a reference to yours.
I wasn't talking about the interpretation, I'm talking about the translation. You refer to a flawed translation. Now, the original treaty was written in English. Are you suggesting that it was a flawed translation going to Te Reo?
Ian, I'm going to let Tom answer your question because he hasn't finished.
He was answering a question about interpretation.
And he hasn't finished answering the question.
So to answer your question, sorry, there's a reference within the submission which refers to a letter an open letter by the New Zealand Society of Translators and Interpreters to the Prime Minister. It's staff's view that we recognise the expertise of that group and their support of Māori translators and their concerns that they've expressed around the interpretation of the Treaty of Waitangi as it is referred to within the Treaty Principles Bill.
Yes, Ian?
He still hasn't answered my question. What I'm asking is, what is the flawed translation? Is it from the English to the Māori that you're complaining about, or translating the Māori back to English that you've got a concern about?
The statement is about the principles as contained within the bill. So the letter, which I referred to, states that those principles are a flawed interpretation of the treaty. the advice of staff is that we recognise the expertise of those translators.
So as I understand it, Ian, it's referring to the interpretation that's within the Treaty Principles Bill, and I would put that that's particularly around the second part of that bill, that's not an accurate translation or interpretation of either the English version or the Māori version of the Treaty of Waitangi. Any other questions? Claire?
Yeah, thank you. Just want to really thank staff for the rework that's been done on this from the original draft as a result of the feedback. So I really appreciate that. Just 2 points are really of clarity. And I guess I'm not sure who will answer it, but 35.6 in operation and then in 36 it talks about operational efficiencies around the work of the partnership. And in both of them it refers to where appeals have occurred and the reduced costs. So I'm just wondering whether, if the council was of a mind that we might just have an opportunity to change or put those two together and just make that a little bit smarter. But my question really relates to 39.39 and Dardanelle in a deputation actually outlined some effects that have happened and probably continue. But we also talk about the bill's new and untested principles will necessitate costly amendments to our existing plans, strategies, policies and procedures to deliver on functions and duties, which I'm presuming it would be of the bill. Can you give me some examples of what that might look like? Because I didn't understand that this was retrospective.
So our interpretation of the bill is that these principles that are set out would be applied within law and New Zealand's kind of planning frameworks to the exclusion of other principles. So in the council's context, documents such as the long-term plan, the Canterbury Water Management Strategy refer to the principle of partnership, which has been established right through 50 years of jurisprudence. And we have, as a council, come to an understanding with our treaty partner about what that means and how we would put that into effect. So from staff's view is that the bill would require us to work with Ngāi Tahu to understand what that would mean going forward and how these new principles would apply in that context to the exclusion of references of the existing principles of the Treaty of Waitangi, including partnership.
Thank you.
Thanks, Claire. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, yes, thank you for staff for the rewriting of the submission. My question, I guess, revolves around Clause 13, where we state in our submission that we need to maintain a clear demarcation between those who write the law and those who interpret it. And that causes me some concern because we then go on to suggest that we're attempting to cross over into the realm of the judiciary. I have an absolute belief that Parliament has the authority. And when I think of this council, when we are challenged by the law, I know we write rules, we write plans, and we understand why we're writing them, and we understand as to the outcomes we want to achieve. It never crosses my mind that we would then hand it over to the judiciary to then determine what I or we were thinking as a council. So I have a concern of the way we are writing this and an expectation that the judiciary have some authority over, I guess, over Parliament. And we speak to the jurisprudence, that's fine. But equally, with the rewrite of the RMA Act, we're quite happy to see that disappear and the jurisprudence that goes with that in the name of moving things forward. So I just have a concern that we are elevating the judiciary above the primacy of the legislative ability of the government, and concern about just how that is worded, because it just seems to be, not quite right.
I would just emphasise the last sentence of paragraph 13, which states that We do not believe that this is a case which warrants intervention of this type. So this paragraph is intended to go to the purpose of the bill, which is to provide greater certainty and clarity around the interpretation of the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi. It's the view of staff that in the Canterbury context, that the clarity and certainty is not required, given the jurisprudence and understanding and work that Council and Ngāi Tahu have undertaken to understand the application and interpretation. So that, I just emphasise that that paragraph is intended to go to that point, that it's the advice of staff and the view of Council that this isn't a situation that warrants the intervention of Parliament to legislate over those existing interpretations.
Thanks, Tom. Yayan.
Kia ora koutou, nei te mea atu, kia koutou I tēnei wā. Nei te mea atu, kia rātou, ko ia ki te pō, moi mai rā o ki o ki mai. Ki raha whakatā, rātou kia rātou, tātou kia tātou. Nei reira mea atu ki te aitako taputi, i hara mai tēnei rā, hara mai ki te kōrero, e pāna tēnei mahi, he pāna te tiriti o Waitaki, he pāna te mamai hoki, I Waikanui i a koutou nā reira nei te mihi ki a koe Gardnell, i hara mai ki konei. Tēnei te mihi hoki ki a koe Tom, o tō tui tuatahi, ki a hau, he tikatau tērā, he rawe tō tui tuatahi. Ekari, I whakaai hoki te o tuinga tuarua, nā reira ko te tūmanako I whakaai, te katoa te kai kaunihira I tēnei wā mo tērā nō reira mihi atu ki a koe Tom, me tō tīma tuia, Terry, arawa ko David. I just wanted to come on, just have a mihi, to have a kōrero. Thanks, Tom, for your submission, and thanks for rewriting. Hopefully the rewrite will be taken and will be suffice to get this through. But just that's all, no questions. Just thank you for your mahi. I agree with everything that's in it. And the first one and the second one. Kia kaha tātou, nei te mi, kia ora.
Kia ora, Jan. Any other questions at this time? No, kia ora.
Ai mihi atu, kia koutou. Tēnā koe tamihana, nā mihi mo tō tuhi, o te kōrero I ko tēnei wā. I actually was thinking when the chair called for conflicts of interest, whether I would actually say, yes, I do have one because I'm Māori. But anyway, I pulled back from that because I really do appreciate the work of the Tuia team who actually have articulated in a number of ways around this particular piece of legislation that is a fait accompli, we hope. Actually, that'll only get to first reading. But it certainly does develop a kind of pathway as to our thinking around what this Progressive Council has been doing in regards to developing a partnership between Papatupu Runanga or Kaitahu and also the Conifer itself. And I just, as a comment around this paper, there are various sort of things that we probably could have highlighted a bit more, and particularly around the first one is about partnership and how we work in partnership, because Māori have never ever wanted this bill. And the problem was there, which is highlighted, and we could highlight it, I wonder why we didn't, and the fact is that in looking at this bill, the other partner didn't actually engage with Māori. It just went on its way and actually produced this treaty principles bill. And we're going to have a debate shortly, so we'll probably come back to that point. My other one was that, and I know probably this goes too deep into perhaps becoming too political, in the fact that there is a risk, as we all know, that the will of the majority, and this is all about a numbers game, the will of the majority of non-Māori, what influence they will have on the minority parties. That's the other part of it. So all I'm saying here is kia ora to you. Thank you for the articulation within this paper. I think that we could have possibly highlighted a bit more about how we work and what our expectation would be around the legislation moving forward. But I think we were quite clear that this does need discussion, more kōrero, which we're going to have. But those are the 2 points: the risk of imposing on the majority of non-Māori, and the other part of it is around the other partner never ever coming to actually talk to the other partner. I mean, we don't do that here, so we should highlight that too. So kia ora, thank you.
Kia ora, tēnā koe. I want to reiterate the thanks to the team as well. Really good work you've done pulling this together, and obviously listening to the feedback from councillors and making those changes to help with that. Not an easy task, and I acknowledge, like I did before, how emotional it is. So it is hard to sometimes express it in a formal manner, but I think you've done a really good job, and especially Tom, your answers to the questions this morning, well done. And Nook, I would hope that if this does get supported by our council, that we can outline some of those partnership values in our oral submission, if we get that chance. So, yeah, I would look forward to elucidating on some of those things. So, thank you. Any other questions from councillors? No, it doesn't look like it. Thank you, team. You can sit back from the table and we'll move into the debate. Do I have a mover for the resolution here in terms of approving the submission? Greg, Councillor Burns, happy to move, and Councillor Robinson, second. Would you like to speak first, Greg?
Can I reserve my right, please?
Yep. And Genevieve, would you like to speak now or at the end? Okay. Do I have any other speakers that wish to speak to this resolution? Yep, Dion.
I've got a couple of words there I prepared, and as you said, this is quite emotional. And I acknowledge the work that you staff have done on the amendments to making the submission what it is. So thank you very much for that. Today I'm going to speak not just as a councillor, but somebody who does whakapapa and connects directly to this kaupapa. My family history traces back to Parihaka, where I grew up, and where our tūpuna experienced firsthand the consequences of the Crown actions that dismissed treaty principles. This isn't ancient history to me. Sorry, I'm just getting a bit go. It's actually stories that my grandparents and aunties told me when I was growing up. It's values that shaped my upbringing. And actually, your story hit me hard, to be fair, because my grandfather's grandmother, I could have just said great, was one of those rape victims of the invasion and was confiscated from families and broken families. And there's a lot of us. And so it's reconnecting to my family and my whānau and all of us has been a long journey. So this is quite difficult for me. But when I inducted myself into this council, I swore an oath to the required Crown Acts and to Te Tiri o Waitangi, as I believed and acknowledged the two pillars which enable us to be. However, I wasn't permitted to do that and was required to do it again. That moment crystallised for me how the current system still struggles to fully recognise Te Ao Māori alongside Western frameworks, and this is why I have dedicated my doctoral thesis and research at the moment to this integration of knowledge frameworks. Now, I acknowledge that our council submission must focus on the operational impacts and regional considerations, and I have been quite staunch about that. While some of the words are still not quite how I would have framed it, I do support the bill and the submission that we've done against this bill, and it's appropriate that our organisation must remain on its operational and regional considerations, as we must represent our entire region professionally and objectively. But as an elected member, we do have a broader platform, and which is what I'm speaking to right now. I can and should speak to the deeper implications of this bill. My political position is very clear. This bill represents a fundamental step backwards in Crown Māori relations. It seeks to constrain and define principles that deserve to evolve through partnership and mutual understanding. This is the internationally recognised and acknowledged framework that has a framework. It's called the Knowledge Management Framework. It's been well researched and well understood, and that's what we are on a journey in New Zealand, and I don't believe that this bill actually acknowledges that. It's flawed in that respect. When I look at our partnership with Ngā Tahu, I see what's possible as we embrace treaty principles as a living. It's difficult, but breathing guidelines that adapt to our contemporary context is the way forward and the way we need to work. This bill, while our organisation's submission must maintain professional boundaries, as an elected member I'm speaking about my responsibility to speak truth to power and legislation that could fundamentally alter the relationship between tangata whenua and the Crown. I respect that others around the table will not have the same view that I do, and I acknowledge that. Different views are well needed in this country to get a well-defined way forward, but I cannot stay silent while this proposed legislation echoes the same dismissive approach to the treaty principles that my tūpuna faced at Parihaka. Thank you for hearing me out. It's quite difficult, but I'll support this bill moving forward. I'll support the submission moving forward to dismiss the bill.
Kia ora, Dion. Grant.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks to staff before I start. Thank you much for staff for the submission. It's really well written. It's great. I think that staff. Sorry, Chair. I have some prepared notes. I think that staff, together with councillor feedback, have arrived at a balanced yet strong statement describing how the Regional Council has worked closely alongside Ngā Tahu treaty partners since 1998. The submission encapsulates the journey that we have been jointly travelling along in partnership and in good faith. A partnership of respect for shared values such as manaakitanga, whanangatanga and kaitiakitanga. These values are incorporated into our strategic direction, a strategic direction first formulated in 2020 by the first democratically elected council that Canterbury had seen for over 10 years. The removal of this council back then caused much local division. This proposed bill is similarly causing division across the country. There has never been such a broad division across New Zealand since the 1980s protests against the apartheid regime in South Africa. I marched with 5,000 people from Cathedral Square to Lancaster Park, passing the bloodied faces of people coming back after facing riot police at the front line. New Zealanders were divided. However, we rejected this division, threw out the Muldoon government and elected a more compassionate and environmentally focused Labour government, Longi government. This was a turning point in our understanding as a nation that we were going to embrace our bicultural identity, that we were going to be an inclusive society, not divided by racial division. The RMA was born from that through people like Sir Geoffrey Palmer. The RMA is about environmental sustainability, and embedded in it is Section 8, headed the Treaty of Waitangi. It states that all persons exercising functions and powers under it in relation to managing the use, development and protection of natural and physical resources shall take into account the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi. That is Environment Canterbury's role. The 1980s experiences, more than anything, gave Māori a voice that had been suppressed for decades, a voice rejecting social inequity and showing us how to respond to sustainable environmental management in a holistic and integrated way. The vision and purpose of our strategic direction is to take action together, and that means all of our community, to shape a thriving and resilient Canterbury now and for future generations. Realisation of this vision to date has been fostered in part by our strong partnership with mana whenua, who are central to all our work, a relationship evoking excellence in thinking and delivery. For me, that collaboration has recently been realised in our draft regional policy statement, which unfortunately this rather disruptive coalition government has not allowed us to engage further at this time with our community. We were proposing a new way forward, an enlightened approach to deal with our environmental problems, in no small part because of our partnership. I support the comment in the submission that having the ability to engage with Ngāi Tahu in our bespoke governance structure highlights the value of leaving treaty part principles to interpretation, open to interpretation. This approach has fostered meaningful engagement, innovative decision-making, and allowed our journey to evolve with changing circumstances. Our partnership has been one of trust, not just with this council and territorial authorities, but with our broader community. The National Party and New Zealand First honour their undertaking not to support this bill beyond the first reading. Thank you.
Kia ora, Graham. Councillor Cranwell, Jan?
Kia ora tātou, nei anō te mihi, kia koutou. Yeah, I think this is a large issue in just this council. It is not just a Māori issue, but a constitutional issue that affects all of us, takata tiriti and takata whenua. I hope to see thousands of submissions from the majority partner, takata tiriti, to the Select Committee. Just for those in the chamber, if you just look to if you're looking at Councillor Pauling, or Chair Pauling, look to his left and to the TUI agreement on the wall there. You know, I mean, that spanned from 2010. I've been a part of that partnership. I was pre-2010, and then the previous Environment Canterbury, and then trying to get a foot in the door, so to speak, as co-chair of Te Roputuia with Dame Margaret Beasley from the start, 2010. We had to work hard. We had to work hard and trying to find that partnership. And you can see what, what partnership can do, and just by looking at that the black piece of, I call it art, on the wall there, and the core whaipai patterns and all the intricacies of partnership and where they've got to today. I believe this bill would be detrimental to that partnership, not only constitutionally, but also divisive in our relationships with our mana whenua. And that's what we don't want to see. I believe that's what the coalition government is trying to do, especially the ACT Party, to drive division through our takata tiriti and takata whenua and who we are. But haere tonu, I agree with the findings of the Waitangi Tribunal and the concerns of the King's Councils outlined in their letter to the Prime Minister and the Attorney General. On the bill, specifically, I would like to highlight the following. The Crown's process to develop the bill was breached the principles of partnership, the Crown's good faith obligations, and the Crown's duty to actively protect Māori rights and interests. Māori were not consulted. Ngāi Tahu weren't consulted. The policy is not evidence-based. It has not been adequately tested, and it fails regulatory standards. The bill is a breach because one party to the treaty has not been in kōrero partnership with, and then amend the principles without agreement of Māori as the treaty partner. Potential impacts on Māori if the bill were passed are severe. Everywhere Māori interests and therefore the treaty principles are relevant to a statutory regime, such as in resource management, which is so specific to us, the RMA, Māori would have no rights, and their interests would receive no consideration other than as a member of the public, unless their rights were recognised in legislation of an agreement. We do have, I think Ngāi Tahu do have a settlement. However, those articles of 67 and 8 would need to be amended for us to have a relationship. The Coalition Government's Treaty Principles Bill have asserted new treaty principles within the bill reflect the three articles of the treaty. The problem is that they do not. It is not a contested definition of the three articles which we impose. The bill seeks to rewrite the treaty itself. The bill states that if those rights differ from the rights of everyone then they are only recognised to the extent agreed in historical treaty settlements with the Crown, as I mentioned, through the Ngāi Act 1998. This is problematic as the principles erase the Crown's Article 2 guarantee to Māori of tino rangatiratanga, and that was provided in exchange for agreement by Māori to establishment of Crown Kawanatanga governance. Again, the bill, in my view, is the worst breach of Te Riki. It sits in opposition to Māori rights and values that are embedded in the core functions of councils across Aotearoa. The bill and the select committee process is a waste of taxpayers' money and also harmful to iwi and endangers social cohesion and effective execution of local government functions and duties. For these reasons, and those outlined in the submission, I'll be supporting the motion that Te Kauni Rataio Ki Waitaha oppose the Treaty Principles Bill, and I believe the bill should be abandoned now and the Crown undertake meaningful engagement with iwi and hapu regarding any future discussions on existing constitution agreements. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tata katoa. Mauri ora.
Kia ora, Councillor Cramwell. Any other councillors? Oh, sorry, John, and then Claire. Oh, kia ora.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and again I thank staff for the rewrite, but I guess I don't have full comfort in what has been put on paper. I have no real sympathy for the bill and do not support it as it is. I find it divisive, but in my mind we further inflame that division by having this debate today, and therefore I struggle with it. It is part of a democratic process and we celebrate democracy at this table. So it is democracy playing out, but equally we are all aware that it will die a natural death because after the first reading it will not progress. That is the undertaking that has been articulated. I also have, I guess, a bit of a problem with the way we have written in the submission around the elevation of the judiciary above, I guess, Parliament and its sovereignty and its ability to make laws and govern. And I think it is a dangerous place to go in articulating that. So probably don't quite accept the reasoning from staff as to why that clause sits in there. So yeah, it does make me nervous. When I come to the partnerships are partnerships, and I genuinely do not believe that the partnership should be blown apart or be dissipated by the actions of a third party. If we have a true partnership with Papatipu Runanga, then I think that partnership can and would and should endure. It is a choice and a decision that folk will make as to whether they continue the partnership and see the benefit. So I just again challenged with the idea that the partnership will break up, that Tuia will break up or create real challenges for us with that legislation. We do have the ability to make those choices and continue that conversation and continue that partnership looking forward to the governance of Canterbury Waitaha. So I guess I don't support the submission. I find it divisive. I see no particular need for it, but I do also understand why those who support it, and leave those with that democratic ability to make those submissions and take it forward. Thank you.
Kia ora, John. Claire?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I have similar concerns as Councillor Sunkel. I have real reservations about it. I personally don't support the bill, and I do certainly acknowledge the divisiveness it's actually causing. For me, this is council straying pretty much into a political space. It's a political submission as I see it. And we haven't actually, well, I can't think off the top of my head of situations where we've done that before. We have focused very much on the influence of the council, and I do acknowledge the rework that staff have done and the emphasis on there, and also a couple of points that were raised earlier on that Chair Pauling, you will hopefully bring up in the opportunity for oral feedback. I am going to support it going forward, but it's more for me, it's a local signal and that's supporting the strength of the partnership that has developed since 2010 with Papatipu Runanga, and this, basically the building of that, and it's taken a long time, and as you say, that there was always going to be tension there, and we expect that during normal relationships, but to acknowledge that, I will support it. I agree that the current government has committed not to support this further to progress past the select process. So I similarly feel that this is perhaps a little bit of a waste of time and money, but I will be supporting this today. More is local support.
Thank you, Claire. Nook?
Kia ora, he mihi atu anō. I want to, first of all, go back to, if you look at the 60s and then the rise of Ngā Tamatoa in the 70s, and it was all about actually the resurgence and the rejuvenation of the treaty. And then from there, you had the incredible hikois. You actually had then a rethinking of how we need to actually look at the treaty in the context of the 20th century. So understanding something that you need to look back before you can look forward or move forward. The part here is that Māori always knew that with all of these changes to the positiveness, of the Māori nation and then the partnership, all that would be, has in some ways happened, but you're always going to need to defend it. And we are at a point here and now is that we are defending something that we actually must stand up for. The interesting thing is that when we saw the hikoi go to Wellington, it wasn't just Māori. It was actually a whole collection, a whole diversity of people of Aotearoa, New Zealand. But one thing that came out of it, and that was the symbolism of the Māori Queen from the next generation leading the front of that hikoi. And what that did is that it showed that our rangatahi, our next generation, are actually possibly more developed compared to the bastion points, Ngā Tamatoa and all of that, because they went there with mana and they went there actually in silent protest in a lot of ways. But it was a way that they actually presented themselves there at the highest place in the land for our democracy. And so that was a true message on how this thing is going to go. And so I want to come now because we talked about the Canterbury context, the Canterbury Waitaha context, and it's there on that wall. It's got to be based around something. It's okay saying, okay, we shouldn't get into the political realm because that is not our role. It actually is in a lot of ways because we need to stand up actually for the rights of all of us. And how can we not stand up when we're looking over there on the wall? And the basis of that 2-year journey was actually about the treaty. It was about its principles. It was about the implementation of those principles. So I think the important thing here, though, and we all come back to how the heck did this actually happen? How did this get to this point? And we have to go back to the coalition agreement, actually, which was more of a business agreement as opposed to a partnership, agreement itself. Once you've signed up to it, you've got to honour it, and that's what's happening. But mark my words, is that this even, and I'm sure that the National Party will honour the fact is that it is only going to get to the first reading. And without, it can't go anywhere else if you haven't got the numbers. We understand that. What it's done, though, it's created a huge wound here in our society in New Zealand. A huge wound. It's not going to go away. And that's why Māori other ethnicities of New Zealand. They've prepared themselves for the first one because they need to defend what we actually have as a unique treaty and Indigenous partnerships and relationships that we actually show the world. It will never, ever be easy. It's like the Ngaitahu settlement. We all thought, that's it, but it wasn't. As Tātipene said, it's only the beginning. You're going to have to defend it. You're going to have to continue to actually even look at some of the changes that'll come. So in all of that, I'm absolutely supporting this submission, but that is the basis. We have to look back to move forward. We have to be mindful of the Waitaha context. We are progressive, and so is the iwi of Kaitahu Kātu Mamoi Waitaha. And we need to take that into account. We need to do this together, as was shown in Wellington, and we need to actually leave this legacy for the next generation. Mihi atu.
Tēnā koe. Oh, Ian. Oh, David.
The bill and its implications are emotive and a contentious part of New Zealand society today. I support the notion that the executive government of New Zealand is the supreme body deciding laws of the land. There can only be one sovereign governing body. And in the words of an author that I just can't quite remember at the moment, indicates and supports a subvention of that prime function. Bullet point 12 of the submission indicates that the bill misinterprets the treaty, relying on a flawed translation. This signals to me that opposition to this bill relies on a notion of a flawed translation of the English version. The English version and notions were quite clear and accepted by the signatories way back in 1840. In many respects, the issues we now face are a consequence of the radical interpretations of a very simple document. We need to look at the treaty, as Councillor Karakia indicated a moment ago, in the context of the 20th century. We're now a nation where all citizens are of mixed heritage of varying proportions from many parts of the world. That some of our people focus only on one part of their heritage and ignore, discount or discredit the other is quite unfathomable, almost denigrating that part of their heritage that doesn't fit with the radical views promulgated. I support the three principles proposed in the bill and am very much of the philosophy of one people, one country, one law, whilst at the same time recognising and respecting the values and taonga of our people of Maori descent. I'm voting against this submission, and I would like my name recorded against that vote, and that the submission notes the voting record and is included in the document that is sent to Wellington. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Firstly, I'd like to recognise the elegant and passionate views that fellow councillors have put forward on this, speaking against and for the bill. And I respect those opinions. But we're not debating whether we support the bill or not in this discussion. What we are debating is whether we support the submission or not. And they're two different things. And I think we've been debating whether we support the bill, and that is a thing, as far as I'm concerned, a personal decision, and I have a personal view on that. But what we're here discussing is whether we support the submission. That is what the motion is about. And when I read the submission, it makes claims that I can't agree to, because I don't believe they're true. And I think Dion, in his eloquent speech, said that we should be focusing on operational and regional frameworks. And when I read points 34 through to 38 or 9 under financial and operational impacts, I think this isn't the way we're operating. We're making claims here which I don't think we can substantiate, and I don't see them in action in the field. And so I've got an issue with the submission. I haven't got an issue whether I support or don't support the bill. And I also support, I think, John's comments when he says that if we actually have a partnership with Ngāi Tahu, and we do have, I don't think it's a perfect partnership. I think it's a flawed partnership, but it's something we should be working on. I don't see why that is dependent on whether or not this country or this council supports, whether this council supports a submission or not, and it's not dependent on a debate around whether or not the treaties bill should go forward or shouldn't go forward. The outcome may or may not have an effect, and it may make the partnership more important for the outcome of this council. But at the end of the day, we're debating the submission. I think the submission doesn't reflect my views about the effect the treaty bill may have on our partnership with Ngāi Tahu, and I don't think the submission accurately reflects anything I can support. So I'm going to, because that's a different issue.
Kia ora, Ian. I've got Peter next.
I've been pretty privileged to be part of the leadership group of this council since 2017 and support of the work that we've been doing in our 2-year arrangement. And I know that this is not the big discussion here, I know that, but to me, this submission is just another brick. It's just another brick. It's about where do we stand as a regional council for this region, and I think supporting something that is political theatre is something that I'm opposed to. I will be supporting this submission. I made my decision really early on this, and actually haven't followed too much in terms of the details that are going into this. Just by taking any other stance, personally by taking any other stance than what I am today, I'm being disingenuous to myself and to the work that we've been trying to do. But we've got so much work to do, and there's so many things that we need to do with our treaty partners. Certainly given the moment to the cut-off segment, which recognise the fact that we've got an opportunity to have a discussion with them that not many other iwi will not get. And the suitable
Kia ora, Peter. Next up, Vicky, online.
Kia ora. Just to say, Peter's speaker wasn't working, so somebody might want to check that for the next item. But for me, speaking to this, I just wanted to say really that I see myself very much as tangata te tiriti, that we have a growing relationship. I can see how important it is for us to work in the area of natural resources that we're particularly focused on in really close partnership with mana whenua, and that changing principles is not going to help us in that journey, which we are well underway with, but still some way to go. And so, I've been really surprised coming to New Zealand back in 2012, how little seemed to be understood of New Zealand history with Pākehā and Māori, and the absence of knowledge of te reo amongst people of my sort of age. And I was really surprised, and obviously since I've had the privilege of being a councillor and learning much more about that and going on treaty principles workshops and so on. And so, it's such an important and fundamental part of this country and something that we really need to work at. And there isn't equality. There really clearly isn't equality. And so, I think as a council, we are a political organisation. We are politicians around our table. And so to make a statement around where we sit and how it will work or not work for us as a council, I think is a really important statement to make, and make no apologies for the fact that there may be some political angles in this submission. And I actually totally support what is in this bill. In this submission, and not what's in the bill, obviously. So I hopefully you could hear me. I just saw a thing pop up, but I hope you could hear me. I'll leave it at that. Kia ora.
No, we did hear you, Vicky. Thank you for that. Joe.
So ko ingarangi te papa kainga, ko kai kaunihera ore ki Waitaha, ko Joe Davies aho. Mr. Chair, Council, I support the position of the submission and therefore will vote in favour of the submission today. And in the back and forths that we had as a council regarding the submission, my own draft that I drafted up, I'm actually going to incorporate into my own personal submission now, because we've sparked a debate between us, and within my own draft, I really took a legal, historic approach, because to me, having had the honour of sitting in this chamber for 2 years, I've gotten into our history, and it always comes back to land. I genuinely believe that our nation's story is inseparable from the whenua. We're a Crown agent, we're a treaty partner, and the simplification of the principles within the bill will affect the ability for the Council to undertake its obligations within the Kaitahu Claims Settlement Act of 98. And this was so well set out by our Chief Executive last week. And just within this settlement of 1998, which acknowledges the injustice of the European settlement that occurred, one of its most powerful symbols was regarding Aoraki, where the Crown formally returned the mountain's title to Kaitahu, acknowledging it as the most sacred of all ancestors, only for Kaitahu to gift it back to New Zealand as a symbol of their enduring commitment to partnership and shared guardianship. This act stands as both a physical and wairua embodiment of true partnership, and is at the fabric of our Constitution. Our unique position as both a Crown agent and democratic institution demands that our opposition reflect not just our statutory duties, but our commitment to 200 years of history of jurisprudence. I finish with the fact that we are 15 years in February from our 200-year birthday, our bicentenary, and I do believe, though, that the time will soon be upon us when our constitutional discussion will be focused towards the notion of republic. Thank you.
Kia ora, Joe. Nick.
Thank you. Firstly, I'd like to thank staff for their work in this space. I echo the previous discussions of Councillor Saknor Mackay, East Mackenzie and Karakia. Where I struggle is that I do support the bill, but not the submission in front of us here today. It has been going back and forth in my head over the past few days. And now I've lost, the computer's turned off. The submission is an excellent piece of advocacy and well written by our staff. I guess where I struggle with this is that we are entering into a political space, and is that a space as councillors where we need to be? And for this reason, I cannot support this submission.
Kia ora, Nick. So I'm going to come back to Genevieve and Greg shortly. I'm just going to give my sort of speech on this. Like I said earlier on, it's a very emotional space to be in, and so I think everyone's done really well articulating their views. The fact that we have principles in the first place is because there are multiple versions of the Tiriti or Waitangi, so there isn't just one simple document. That's why we have principles that are based on, as Tom has put in his work, many decades of judgment and precedents of the court to understand where we've got to. And that's on a larger scale, and of course many people have mentioned the beautiful taonga on the wall that we have here, showing our last 10, 12, 15 years of our journey in that space to understand what Te Tiriti means and what that partnership means. It's not necessarily about the principles, it's about a relationship. I sort of think, was someone talking about me when they were saying that, do I favour one part of my whakapapa over another? Well, definitely not. If you look at the work that I've done, you look at the position I hold here, my whakapapa is what it is, and I can't change it. So have a think about that for a while in terms of what that means for the discussions that go on inside of me, to recognise both my European and Māori whakapapa. But I'm also not... I do not believe that saying nothing is the right thing to do. There's many times in human history where people should have said something and they didn't. And it's not an option to sit back and not stand up, and a lot of councillors have recognised that. And I've heard people say that that might further inflame the situation. I don't believe that's true. I think it gives clarity. It shows people a view of where we're at and where we can be. And so I acknowledge people that have acknowledged the potential here as well. In terms of are we political or not, I'm pretty sure that we're politicians. We stand for elected positions, so we're politicians and we're political. Most of the decisions we make are political. I'd say every decision we make is political. We've made many of them over the years. I wasn't here when the climate emergency was declared, but I'm pretty sure that was a pretty political thing to do. Even our RPS decision recently was pretty political. So that's us. We have to accept that. We can't say we're not part of that. We are. In terms of, the way our democracy is meant to work, and what sits above what, the way I understand it and how I was brought up was that it's a triangle. It's not a hierarchy. It's a triangle between Parliament making the laws, between the courts interpreting those laws, and the police and the justice system defending those laws. And we sort of sit in the middle as a regional council of trying to apply those laws and make rules and regulations. And I definitely don't agree that we all are happy to just change laws and rules and policies to suit ourselves when court cases come along. I don't agree with that at all. I actually stood against doing those things, and I still do, because the courts have every right to interpret the law. That's their job. And so our job is to listen and respond, and also to respond to what our wider communities are saying. And it's clear that in the bill that David Seymour and the ACT Party have put forward, that it doesn't represent what the treaty, either the Māori or the European version, has in it. So, that's just a bit sad. If you don't know what's in it, go and have a look. And if you don't know what's in the principles that have been developed over that last period of our history, then that's important too. The principles that are put forward in the bill, just don't get them myself, and it doesn't leave room to move. And people have mentioned that the partnership should be strong enough to remain after all of this goes down. Well, yes, it should, but it's pretty hard when one side's rights have been reduced, if that did happen. And if you don't believe me, maybe go and speak to my wife about that, because in a partnership, I'm pretty sure that I wouldn't tell my wife that her rights are gone, and that she can't do this and she can't do that, because, hey, that wouldn't work. I don't think it would work in many households around Aotearoa. So, yeah, it's hard. It's easy to say, but it's much harder to do in practice when one side's rights have been, diminished or taken away from them and oppressed even. So, partnerships have to be mutually beneficial, or else they don't work. And in this case, we can't have a divorce on this one, people. We're in it together forever. And our tupuna knew that, and I'm talking both my European and my Māori ancestors, when they embarked on the experiment that is the treaty, and we're the living descendants of upholding that. So totally support the mahi that the staff have done, the views they've clarified in there. Yes, it's emotional. Yes, it might not be exactly the words that everyone wants to put, but I think it's really well done, and I think it presents something that we can be proud of, that hopefully our Te Tiriti partners can be proud of, that we can put forward to the Select Committee in the future. So, nō reira, tēnā koutou. Genevieve, I'll hand to you and then over to Greg to finish off.
I actually found this particular bill very disturbing in the way it sought to segregate or separate some sort of responsibility in a way. I found this, I want to say, so is that on? Yep, okay. I believe to have an honest view on Te Tiriti, especially at a regional level, it's prudent to know the facts and understand them from the viewpoint of mana whenua. It's a sad day that in 2024 we're discussing this bill and its divisive innuendo. It's also a sad day too, to understand, yet forced to revisit the grounds of which I, even as a Pakeha, was unable to live here on foreign soil on the other side of the world, Channel Islands. I love this country, but I'm strongly opposed to the means by which it was colonised, or how its people were treated. In my opinion, this bill fails to even reflect on the articles embedded within Te Tiriti, particularly Article 3, to be protected by the Crown. We need to remember that in order to allow its British people residence within Aotearoa, it was the Crown that needed this treaty, not Māori. This is why, as a non-Māori, we are the people of tangata tiriti. We are the people of Te Tiriti, the Pakeha, not Māori. Article 1. The Queen promises to govern her British people. But English interpretations of this equates to sovereignty over Māori as well. That was never the intention. Article 2. Māori will keep total authority over their land, resources and their way of life. But any future land sale must first be promised to the Crown. Article 3, as I reflected before, protection and citizenship. The Crown promises Māori full protection. This is not it. Since the treaty, we have revoked education laws. We have enforced compulsory child protection laws on Māori. We have removed their babies and children from their homes permanently. Crime laws, police and the courts the power to arrest I come from Otapoti, Dunedin, where bluestone walls spanning the entire harbour's edge were built by Māori prisoners, where handmade caves with jailed gates held these people captive. This is not the future I want for this country and its founding people. This act may very well die a natural death, as others on the other side of the table may suggest, but we can't react in hindsight. We must lead in this space, and this is a word I've had to use a lot. We must lead. Like we have in the past, we should do so for the future. Thank you, and I support this bill. Not the bill. I support the submission. Thank you, and Dardanelle, wonderful talk. Thank you.
Kia ora, Greg.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I would like to acknowledge, first of all, our visitors from Waiho. Thank you for coming in, and thank you for your presentation. I'd like to acknowledge the other people in the gallery. Thank you. And I'd also like to acknowledge the staff who have put in their work to come up with this submission for us. He tangata o te tiriti ahau. Tabron oram. Sadness is upon me. The people where I come from had their language taken from them as well. So it's a little further from me, but at least my youngest daughter, is now learning Gaelic, which is great. So I'll be able to throw a few Gaelic swear words around next year with a bit of luck. I'm trying to put some levity into this and keep quite calm about it, but it is a horrendous act that is going on at the moment. We heard earlier from our presentation, from you, Dardanelle, that it's about our leadership role in the region. Staying silent is not to be neutral on this topic. It is to side with the powerful. I'm here to debate the submission going in, not the bill, but I cannot, in fair conscience, talk about our submission without recognising the bill and how divisive I believe it is. I also see this bill as a smokescreen to take the public focus away from the work that's currently going on by this government, removing reference to the treaty in up to 40 acts of Parliament, of the government. We're told by the largest party in government that they will not support this past the first reading. However, with a PM under pressure in the polls and who stated it was a bottom line for the coalition agreement, since proven to be at best inaccurate by David Seymour and a very stammering PM to Jack Tame in an interview, I'm rather sceptical. Even here at ECAN, we hear people say one thing and then vote to the contrary. I believe we must be strong in our submission, as my fear is we'll end up with a referendum and manipulation and hysteria in the same way we did with the Three Waters Bill. Councillor Edge, I too marched in 1981. I got a really good bloody nose, I think the Friday night before that game actually. Look, we've acknowledged the apartheid going on with Israel and we changed our procurement policy to recognise our values and simple decency. I believe the same consideration is in the drafting of the submission, and again I want to acknowledge the work that's gone into it, Dave O'Tom, Teddy and whoever else has been involved with it. I'm going to go off track here and into a few different bits and pieces because they were raised by other councillors. Staying apolitical in this space is an absolute joke. Chair Pauling mentioned if stalling the RPS until January 2026 wasn't a political move, then I am absolutely gobsmacked. We are, as has been noted by a number of other councillors, we are politicians, whether we like it or not. Some good, some bad, whatever. That's how we are. I also want to mention the judiciary. If you go to the government website, the judiciary, one of their roles are in place to deliver authoritative rulings of the meaning and application of legislation, as has been undertaken over the last 50 years to end up with where we are, sit with interpretation. The comments Councillor East made. We all quite rightly expect everyone to be equal, with equal rights, aspirations and opportunities. But let's not forget, we reneged at the start. So Pākehā generally started off ahead in the race. So to go on about, oh yeah, but we're all equal, we all want to be equal, we all want to be treated the same, we deliberately put ourselves ahead of Māori at the start. A lot of people don't realise that the Māori seats are there simply because the population of Māori was actually greater than the population of Pākehā at the time of Parliament. And if it had been one man, one vote, which we hear all the time, I suggest the makeup of that first Parliament would have been very, very different. Finally, because I could go on a little bit more, but there's no point to,
Mr. Chair, I'll just bring your attention to 21.2 standing orders just regarding the time length that speakers can have.
Yeah. Oh, he's almost finished, Joe. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that, Councillor Davies. Finally, what I would say is I supported the first draft that you did. I thought that was really good. I am happy to accept the fact that other councillors have had input, and I will definitely be supporting the draft going through. Kia ora, thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Thanks, everybody. Hey, look, let's put this to the vote. Big debate around the table. Everyone's had their say. Well, Councillor Deitch, I didn't know whether you wanted to speak, but I'm sure you would have put your hand up if you did. So happy to put this to the vote.
Correct.
All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Any against?
Aye.
Aye.
Division, please.
Well, I think we'll just note those that are against. Is that happy? Are people happy with that? So
No. Division.
One
please.
division.
Yes, thanks.
Oh, okay. I think I have to, don't I? Well, we're pretty good at this, though.
Chair, if people, when they're saying yay or nay, could turn on their speaker.
Yeah, good reminder. So yeah, make sure you put your speaker on, or people online cannot hear.
Councillor Edge.
4.
Councillor Scott. Councillor Karako.
Aye, tautoko.
Councillor Davies.
Aye.
Councillor McKenzie.
Against.
Councillor Robinson. 4. Councillor Burns.
Aye.
Councillor Deitch.
Aye.
Councillor Southworth.
4.
Councillor Ward.
No.
Councillor East.
Against.
Councillor Mackay.
4.
Councillor Swiggs.
4.
Councillor Cranwell.
That's a big yes from me.
Chair Pauline.
Aye.
Councillor Sunkel.
Against.
Thank you. That's carried 12 votes to 4. Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Mihi. Mihi. Tēnā koutou. Woohoo! Hey, later.
Okay, our next
Chair
item.
Pauling,
What's that?
Chair Pauling, I'm just about to get on my plane now. So.
Oh, good. Thank you. We've had a
Hey,
few
Connor. All right.
apart. Thank you. Okay, we're just going to try and get a few things done before lunch because we've got a few things to do after lunch. So I'm keen to go to just through our minutes. So let's go to 7.1. You'll move that. Thank you, Peter. Seconded by Councillor Ward. So moved by Councillor Scott, seconded by Councillor Ward. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. And maybe we can get this 8.1 looked at as well before we break for lunch. We don't need to just yet. I reckon we can get it done. So 8.1.
Would you like me to move the recommendations in 8.1?
Yes, that would be good. So we have 5 resolutions there. This is about our emergency recess committee over the break. So moved by Councillor McKenzie, seconded by Councillor Burns. Any discussion on this? Everyone pretty happy? Okay, all those in favour, please say aye. Cool. Any against? That's carried. And I think we're going to have lunch. Sorry, we're going to have lunch now because this next item I think will require a bit of discussion. So if everyone's happy, we'll break for lunch and we'll come back at 1 o'clock. Kia ora. Cool. Oh, kia ora koutou. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed your lunch break. Beautiful sunshine out there. Nice sitting under the tree. Cup of tea, a bit of kai, so thank you. So I think we were at 8.2, just trying to reconfigure where we're at. So 8.2, which is our response to the notice of motion on the Wilding Conifer funding. And I acknowledge the work that Councillors Ward and Councillor Scott have put into this. But calling Brian to come up to the table to outline or introduce the response, and then we can get into some questions and discussion. Oh, and Stephen, kia ora, Stephen. Acknowledge your work too on this.
Kia ora koutou, councillors, and thank you, Chair. This here is, and I'll take the paper as read, but this here is the staff's response really to looking at the notice of motion and the options available to council to address that. Just a little bit of context. You will know that there has been a Wilding Conifer management program across New Zealand and in Canterbury for some time, and that has been making good progress. There's been a significant amount of funding that has gone into that program, both from the Canterbury ratepayer, landowners, and really importantly from government. Just in terms of a bit of background, over the last 10 years, it's been about $170 million spent on Wilding conifers, and about 70 to 75% of that has been spent in the Canterbury region. The issue really, and the reason for the notice of motion, I suspect, is that central government funding has eased up somewhat. There's not as much of it available to progress the program, and that has implications, particularly with any pest control operation. When you make a start, the most important thing to do is to get to a place where you're able to easily maintain it. And if you're not at that point, then you will go backwards really fast and you'll waste the initial capital that you've put into the project. And that's the situation that Canterbury faces and other regions in New Zealand that have got Wilding conifers. The program probably requires in the order of $100 million over the next decade to finish it off. Importantly, and I'm sure that Councillor Ward will talk to this, we've met with ministers earlier on this week to have a conversation about this notice of motion. I won't go into any more detail now about that. I'll leave that to Councillor Ward. Just a little bit more context. Every year that you defer maintenance on Wilding conifers, you go backwards by about a third. And the really big numbers in New Zealand, if you defer that maintenance, about 90,000 hectares of new Wilding conifers develop every single year. And depending on the species, it takes sort of 3 to 6 years until they are coning. And then that's essentially exponential in terms of the problem, but also the cost, obviously. So that's the context around this situation that we find ourselves in. The paper talks about the piece which is around funding, which is really the challenge, provides some assumptions around that and some alternative options. And I'm going to hand over to Brian to talk to those now.
Yes, in terms of the elements of the notice of motion, we interpreted it as being of the nature that the council would borrow the funds in order to cover the lump sum expenditures that were required, and that some arrangement would be put in place with MPI or other government agency in order for the government to make the repayments on that loan. In terms of the doability of that suggestion, we do come up against some council policy issues. In particular, the first one is in the nature of what we're borrowing for. And traditionally, for some number of years, the expenditure on Wilding conifers has been treated quite appropriately as operating expenditure. So essentially, the first part of the notice of motion is really asking council to borrow for the purposes of covering operating expenditure. I suppose, secondary option in that area is to declare it natural capital because it has a long-term benefit potentially. But as I say, in prior years, that has not been considered as an option. So this would be the first time the council would be considering the option of borrowing for operating expenditure, which in itself is currently against our revenue and financing and treasury policies. So it would, to do that, it would potentially require either operating outside policy or a change to the policy, which would then certainly require consultation with the public. And the second part of the notice of motion was relating to how the central government might repay this loan on our behalf. And looking at it, it came to the point where we interpreted that as we were essentially creating some sort of de facto lending to the government. And in fact, if we refer once again to our Treasury policy, it very clearly states that the council is not permitted to lend to other entities other than local community groups. So across those two things, it becomes very difficult to proceed in staff's advice and in those terms, proceed with the notice of motion. We have in the body of the paper suggested that in actual fact the practical view is to break the project up into more logical annual lumps and simply rate for the operating expenditure on that basis. And that could be potentially in the 1 to 2% of rates range at this stage. So any questions from that?
Thanks, Brian. Thanks, Stephen. Any questions, Dion?
Oh, this has moved. Sorry. Given we're revenue and finance policy at the moment, is that something that we could potentially give light to in that process? Is it something we can amend that would then make this possible?
Yes, certainly. That would definitely be one of the elements of that review, I think, given this arising.
Peter?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Brian, for that. Your last comment regarding chunking up round into operational expenditure, have we got any idea of where that would put us if we could do that in terms of the 90,000 hectares, new hectares a year? In terms of the commitment we would need to make through operating money, would we get on top of it in the same manner as this proposal would give us, do you think? Stephen might want to answer that probably.
Through the chair, so just so I'm really clear, this proposal is proposing $20 million, which will enable us to do the work we need to do this season, noting that it would all depend on when that work was started, because we're part way through this operational season already, and next operational season. That won't get us to the finish line. And when I say the finish line, I'm talking about getting it back to maintenance. So at a cost that those that have to pick up that maintenance can bear. That cost is much larger. So that cost is about $70 million. Over about 10 years, and you would sensibly front load the expenditure, so you wouldn't evenly do it across the 10 years. You'd do more of it in the first 3 or 4, if that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you, Stephen. Look, I think the frustration here is the fact that of all the things that we're talking about, we've got a very good, clear view of where we'll end up unless we actually take some action. Governor City, I guess, in terms of being responsible for revenue and financing policies and some of the commitment to actually get this thing under control. Brian, is it a big opportunity, or is it a big piece of work we would have to do to line this up, or is it more sort of an endemic type thing that would affect a whole lot of other things if we tried to do this one thing?
In terms of the change to the policy, obviously, it then opens up the future for other councils to potentially borrow heavily against your generic operating expenditure. But that may be somewhere that council eventually wants to go. In the short term, it may be that there is an opportunity to consult this with the annual plan consultation.
Got Ian?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. In your alternative funding option, where you just say charge it to the ratepayers, are you not missing the purpose of Peter and Nick's suggestion in the first place, which was trying to find an elegant solution to getting the Crown to fund the program, which is predominantly based on Crown land? And so what your alternative option seems to be to get the ratepayers to pay for deficiency of the Crown and looking after their own land, whereas Nick and Peter's intention. So it seems to me it's not much of an option. Perhaps you might comment on that.
Certainly, I think we're all agreed the ideal is for the government to pay its share of this.
Greg?
Kia ora, thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks very much. I've got two questions. One is when you say us, you're referring to ECAN doing the operational work, or are you talking about the Wilding Trust?
That's a really good question, Councillor. So Environment Canterbury delivers the operational work for the National Wilding Conifer program in Canterbury. Remembering that Environment Canterbury has had a wilding conifer program for much longer than the national program has existed. And like most of our operational work, it's done in collaboration with a whole bunch of others. So it includes the likes of the wilding trusts, and there are a few of them around the region. It includes landowners. It includes the Crown as a landowner as well. There are a lot of parties, but essentially we deliver the operational work, and we are responsible for it in Canterbury. Yep.
Kia ora, thanks for that, Stephen. Great. And acknowledging this creative way of trying to get the government to maybe think outside and commit something. I understand we're going to hear from Councillor Ward shortly, which is great. But staff, have you had any contact with the Crown about this?
We've had lots and lots of contact with the Crown about funding.
Sorry, I'll narrow that down a bit. I know that was a very general question. I'm sorry. About the specific proposal.
Through the chair, yes, we have. We've had some conversations with senior MPI officials, but those conversations have been in relation to having a conversation with the Minister.
Thank you. Just leads to, and can you paraphrase where you might feel like you're at, or?
I feel like through the chair, I feel like it's appropriate if Councillor Ward talks about our conversations with the ministers. Yeah.
Have a crack at that. I think that we have made representation to ministers quite extensively, actually, and put them in helicopters and done all sorts of things with them. This proposal, Greg, you're quite right, is a new thing, and we're trying to weigh up what we think at this table and support, and then how that would be accepted by government. So we're sort of chicken and egg stuff at the moment, and I think the discussion we'll have will get us there. But in terms of the interest in this, I know DOC are very interested in the proposal that we have with them, and we met with a DOC official last week who was putting a note, and she was the first she'd heard of this, and she was putting a note to her minister. She was that excited about the fact that it could happen, especially around Craigieburn and also around the Mackenzie.
We'll just keep going with questions, and then we can come back to the debate later. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I may have missed it. So My question is, if we did change the revenue and financing policy, could we have it bespoke or ring-fenced for this opportunity as opposed to maybe a more generic opportunity to borrow for, providing some certainty that it's not just an option that sits there for anyone to use at any particular time?
In terms of the revenue and financing policy, it's really a collection of broad principles, if you like, and you just apply those to each of the work activities of the organisation. So we could call out this one activity and apply it specifically in either the annual plan or the LTP, etc., and that would sit there. The only thing you would have is you have set the precedent that you could still apply it to other items later on in the future.
Thanks, John. Grant?
Thanks for the report. I just there's some plans attached to it, and just seeking clarity about what those plans mean, where have they come from. There's a reference in the legend to optimal funding, so I don't know what that means.
Through the chair, so those maps are showing you our management units across Canterbury for the Wild and Conifer program. The yellow areas, the shaded yellow areas that are on those maps, that there is the places that we would work right now if we had all of the funding available to us for this season and for next season. And the paper notes the shortfall of $11.5 million, I think it is, dollars for this financial year, $1 million for this financial year.
Just a supplementary question. The document in terms of the Conifer control program identifies a number of cost-sharing mechanisms for dealing with legacy planting, legacy wildnings, RMA sort of issues, those sorts of things, and explains percentages of funding in Table 1 of the document. Talks about exacerbators, beneficiaries, and it apportions costs to those. Of those areas that you've marked in yellow, which ones are those legacy? If you know, are we dealing with legacy pine, or are we dealing with legacy conifers, or so are those yellow areas? What are they?
Through the chair, I mean, I can turn to the team who are behind me to answer more really detailed questions, but the sources of wild and conifers that have spread from a seed source, and they are normally they're normally referred to as the legacy plantings or the legacy infestations of much more mature pines, and they obviously the strategies time now from the edges and move back towards those very intractable seed sources. And that's because you don't want the stuff that is spreading to become a big seed source, because then it spreads further and further and further. We are just getting to the point where we're starting to focus on some of those legacy plantings now. So, yeah, I hope that answers your question, Councillor. But I'm happy to ask the team for more detail if you've got more that you'd like to talk about.
Just one more question. Let's say we're dealing with legacy planting, which is, according to this Table 1 in the document, the beneficiaries are identified as central government 35%, regional government 30%, and neighbouring landowners and owners 15%. And then the control of those on private property versus Crown property. The yellow areas that we're dealing with, whose property are they on?
Again, I'll give you a high-level answer, but it's a combination of both Crown land, pastoral lease land, private land. The table you're referring to is in a strategy that is non-statutory. The I referred earlier to upfront capital costs or knockdown costs, and I referred to maintenance costs. The percentages you're referring to there are across both of those things. So the upfront costs, the knockdown costs, the capital costs, that's normally really, really high. And the ongoing costs in perpetuity, actually, of maintaining these areas, which fall appropriately to whoever the land manager happens to be, and it might be the Crown, it might be private, are much, much lower, but they have a really long tail. So figuring all of those things out in terms of how they fit into a 1-year program, which is what you're looking at, or a 2-year program versus a 100-year piece of work, that there is something that is reasonably complex and probably we could spend a hang of a long time talking about and thinking about. But I think we've got it reasonably right. I hope that helps in terms of an answer. Yeah.
Yep, thank you, Stephen. Genevieve?
Thank you, through the chair. With regards to what Councillor Edge was discussing about the maps and the overlays and everything, I recall when the notice of motion came forward and we discussed, the private-public scenario and land. Otago has done quite a bit of research into this, and they worked out very accurately the proportion of public-private issues with wild and conifer. Have we considered doing the same here? And in that situation, we could at least look at knowing who to target for rates, if that's the way we decide to go, and by other means. So have we done anything like this? Actually, yeah.
Yeah, look, I might ask the team just really quickly on that. I'm not sure what we've done in recent times. I'm relying on my memory from when I was here. And remember that Environment Canterbury were the leaders around wild and conifer control in New Zealand. We wrote up a strategy, which is what Grant is referring to, which was ahead of the national wild and conifer strategy and a whole bunch of the national strategy, which followed that, essentially used the leadership that Canterbury had shown in terms of the approach and philosophy around who should pay for different areas. But in terms of a specific answer to your question, Councillor Robinson, I don't know if anybody could answer that.
Oh, it's just that the Otago version identify that private land owners were actually had more prevalence of the pine situation. Something accurate would be helpful in identifying, I guess, options.
So Carl Diamond is our Biosecurity manager, and he's just had the last 30 seconds to think about this. So he's now at the table. Over to you, Carl.
I can't give you the figures off my head right now, but I can tell you that we have undertaken a relatively high-level survey of the region and have a relatively high-level understanding of the split between PCL and private. I'd have to go away and pull those figures together to be able to give you an actual answer, though. I just want to point out, though, that it's we don't have in an ideal world we would have the likes of some sort of AI imagery situation going on where we would be able to get the exact. So it's really done by the experience of people that spend time up in choppers, that spend time on the land and collating all of that.
Thank you. Ian?
With this line of questioning, Carl, you might, before you disappear, the issue isn't so much about where the potential or the legacy seed source sits. It's actually whether the private, who are the landowners that are doing the control. And as I understand it, in general terms, private landowners are actually fully engaged in control, but it's the Crown, and it's the Crown as a landowner that is not engaged in doing much control. Is that a fair comment?
I don't know if that is a fair comment. So both private landowners and the Crown are actively engaged. So the money that comes via MPI into the national program is created through Treasury, so it comes from Docklands and MPI. It's not just MPI. So and then we get, so this year, for example, Lynn's put in another 1.2 mil. Last year through the IVL funding, we received 4.2 mil from DOC. I know there are discussions happening right now as to whether or not we maybe have to access some more IVL this year. So I would say that it would be fair to say that both Crown and private landowners are actively engaged and doing as much as they can. Yep.
Thank you, Carl. Peter?
So how do we categorise Wherentaush as a private landowner or as pastoral, Crown land?
Through the chair, I mean, it's absolutely private land, but it has a pastoral lease. So to me, the funding model question around who pays for initial removal and ongoing maintenance is a complicated one because it has got two elements. One of them is around where is the problem and who is it affecting, and the other one is what will happen if you do nothing about it in the long term. So and these things, you can slice and dice them many ways, but it's not an exact science, and you can look at it within local areas, regionally and nationally. So who benefits from driving through the Mackenzie Basin? Who benefits from enjoying those places, from the landscapes, from the biodiversity, from the water security, all of those sorts of things. So yeah, I think this is a very complex and difficult conversation around who pays. I think our funding model at the moment, around coming to the party, understanding the macroeconomic benefits to New Zealand, particularly for legacy plantings, but also for the ongoing sort of benefits to New Zealand, has been massive.
Yeah, just one more, and it's the last meeting of the year, so indulge me on this because I see quite a very clear view between our pest management strategy and this, in terms of especially within the region, because they sort of are hand in glove a bit because of the cover and stuff that's getting. Have you got a response to that supposition from me?
Do you want to refine your question slightly, Councillor Scott?
Well, I think that if we look at these things in isolation, then try and itemise who is responsible for. If it's a private landowner, then it should be like a land tax or a rate or something like that. But in terms of the bigness of the problem, what we're doing here is that we're looking at one of the most endemic issues that we have within the high country. You already said there's 90,000 hectares a year if we don't get that. That is also a highly endangered area for native species. And so what we're doing is we're putting those at risk. And so anything that we want to do in the future in terms of actually getting on top of biosecurity and biodiversity issues is heavily linked to what we're trying to do here.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Look, I mean, to me, this is a landscape scale problem. And one way or another, New Zealand will have to pay for it. If we've started on the journey, as I mentioned at the start, if we stop now, and this is often New Zealand's history with these sorts of things, we do a whole lot of stuff and then we ease off and then we have to then spend a whole lot more again. And that's the cycle. So if we don't do anything for the next however many years, we will be forced to at some point. That's the reality of it, yeah.
Thank you. I think it's all the questions that we had. So thank you, team.
Thanks, Carl.
We'll move to the resolutions. And Nick, I'm happy for you to speak first if you want. I mean, you don't have to move it or whatever, but if you want to move it, you can. But happy for you and Peter to just speak now. Yep. You happy to second? Yeah, you want to move it? Cool. Okay. Well, you move it, and yeah, do you want to do that now as well? Yep.
Is that okay?
Yep, for sure. So I understand you got an additional resolution you'd like to put, number 5, is it?
Number 5, you'd like to put that. We continue the conversation with other South Island regional councils and agencies.
Regional councils and agencies?
Yeah, regional councils and agencies.
And other agencies, maybe?
Agencies.
So you want to put agrees to continue the conversation? Does that make sense? Yep.
Yeah, in the interim, probably.
In the interim, yeah, at the end. Cool. Do you want that at the end or in the middle there? Sorry.
Oh, probably at the end.
Yeah, cool. Cool. Are people happy with that? Well, we can move it anyway and we'll see what happens. Yeah. So you're going to move all 5 of them? Yeah. And then Peter, you happy to second that? Cool. And if you want to start off, Nick?
I'll probably just start off by going back to what Stephen Hall alluded to. We had a meeting with Andrew Hoggard, so I guess I'll set the scene around that visit. And as Councillor Scott alluded to, we have had several ministers down into Mackenzie in the 2 years that I have been a regional councillor, and flying them around in helicopters and showing them the extent of the problem. And earlier this year we had Minister Pink, and then in the winter, on a cold winter's day, we had Minister Hoggard. And I guess that's where the discussions has come from. Minister Hoggard, is all over this problem and this project of trying to get on top of wild end pines, and he is really behind our thinking of using our balance sheet to borrow some money to get on top of mainly deferred maintenance work, and that probably currently sits at around $11.5 million from last year and this year. I guess going forward, we probably tried to race this whole sort of proposal, and now I think we've probably got a bit of time. We'd quite like to talk to other regional councils in the South Island and have more discussion with the agencies, and we'd like to come up with a roadmap or a plan for the next 5 years. I personally think this is not a project where we can muck around for 10 or 20 years, because every year that we muck around, we're going to go back 30%. And you need to realise that these seeds will travel up to 40 k's in a wind. So, I'm not saying they'll get to the coast, but, they're moving their way forward. And so our visit the other day with Minister Hoggard, I believe, was very positive, and he does want that roadmap, so then he can put that in front of Treasury. And I think we need to actually, and Peter and I, Councillor Scott and I talked about this yesterday, we need to organise a meeting with Treasury to set the scene as well with that roadmap. Our national program was established in 2016 and has made significant gains on this plant that originally was imported from North America. I guess I'm showing my age now. I've travelled to Mackenzie for over 50 years and lived there for the last 5 years, and I currently believe we're on the verge of going backwards with this weed if we don't actually take some invasive action and go short and hard in the next 5 years on this project. And I mean, it's been alluded to, it's been $170 million spent nationally on this invasive weed, and we probably need another 120 to get on top of it. It is hard and challenging to deliver a constant program with strained variability in funding and finance. We have key staff within our organisation on the ground and in conjunction with key contractors who are doing an amazing job, given sometimes a limited capital to implement a sustainable program going forward. As I've just alluded to, this year alone, a shortfall of some $11.5 million worth of work that has been deferred. Hardly a sustainable business model, and when your back is against the wall, you need to look at alternatives. And I guess that's why we came up with this alternative of using our balance sheet to fund a program going forward. That would be underwritten and guaranteed by a government and paid back over 8 to 10 years. Exploring new funding mechanisms is critical to the success of work in Canterbury and the wider regions, so we can achieve our goals of getting on top of this invasive weed in the next 5 years. As I alluded to before, this needs to be followed with a roadmap and needs to be done over the next 5 years. I'm not doing this because
I'm only thinking about the farmers, and I guess some councillors around this table may think that. I'm thinking about our area as a whole. There's a lot of hydro generation in the area, and if we let these invasive species get out of the way, we'll lose a lot of water retention. There's a lot of tourism in the area. These wild end pines expose a huge fire risk to the wider Canterbury area, and we've seen that in the last few days. And we're lucky to date that no human life has been lost, but it always concerns me in the holiday season when a place like Little Old Twizel goes from 3,000 people last summer to 18,000 people, and we had 2 extra fire crews on standby because of the dry conditions. So we need to think of all this. As I said, a 5-year program where at the end of it, we give the land back to those parties that are involved, landholders, run holders, Linds and Dock, where they implement the program of control going forward, whether that's grazing, planting of other trees, natives or whatever. It is for the wider Canterbury community, for the protection of future spread. We know these seeds can travel 40 k's. We also believe there's an opportunity to work with other councils to convey our message to government officials, ministers, and the benefit of funding such a model. The drawdown of this money would occur over the next 3 to 4 years. This loan would be underwritten by a government, paid back to Environment Canterbury over 8 to 10 year period, interest and principal. We need to talk to Treasury to engage and understand the concept and present our roadmap to success. The point we should also note as councillors that this is under revenue and financing policies are under our control as governors, and we can alter these, that will alter them appropriately, to reflect this proposal. And at the end of the day, I believe this probably has a 4-to-1 return on capital investment. So I encourage all other councillors to support this motion for the future of the wider Canterbury community.
Thank you, Nick. Peter.
Yeah, someone made reference to Alanis Morissette in here this morning, and I'd like to make reference to her again, considering that your advice that you've given us, Brian, about borrowing. And I'm thinking, and I see you shaking your head over there before about when the governance and the policies are ours, but I think that's ironic, isn't it? That we're here now actually having this discussion, and I'm going, just bend them, we can do it. We just bend them. And I must say I might have been initially naive about this, but the evidence is clear. Unless we do something, we're going to have an issue, and I guess that's a bit of a cry for help in terms of this initial thing. If you look at the branch Latham up in Marlborough, where they've abandoned the wilding pine program up there because they haven't paid attention to it, it's a loss for everybody. That the amount of wildings up there, they just can't get on top of those again. And so that opportunity, I guess, to work in essence of Hoggard's view about we need to get Treasury policy on the Treasury paper on this, I agree with that. I was too simplistic in my thinking, and I think that gives us an opportunity then to work with Nadine Taylor in Marlborough, and also with Gretchen Robertson and Nicole Horrell regarding their issues down there, and they are different. You're dead right, Genevieve. They are different in terms of Southland's stuff. A lot of that is on private, but easier country but private country. Look, I think the thing that I would ask councillors to consider is the fact that this probably we haven't got all the information on this, and we need to take this forward. But we need to have a collective view on how we actually approach these things. We have a balance sheet that does stand these things, but of course we need to consider, do we just twist it for one or two things, or how do we do that? And that's well beyond me, and I guess the financial wonks will sort that out amongst themselves. And is that appropriate for us to do? I think the appropriate thing for us to do is consider what we can do, and that's what we're asking here. Consider what we can do. I have no great expectations at all that there's going to be $20 million land anywhere anytime soon, but at least we've got the opportunity to talk about that, and for once we've got a serious issue that we need to consider as councillors to do some good. So that's me. Chair.
Thanks, Peter. Go to Dion next, and then John, Ian, and Greg, and then Grant. Where you go, Dion?
I was just conferring because I'm thinking we need to move an amendment on this to bring it back to the Regional Delivery Committee with some form of expectation that there will be ongoing work in that space, because I think that's probably the appropriate committee for it to come back to. So I don't know how we might do that. We could just do an amendment if, or just an addition on there somewhere if the mover and seconder want that, but I think that's probably more appropriate. But what I wanted to say is that actually Councillor Scott and Councillor Ward have done a great job at bringing this to light and have said everything that I was going to say, but I really want to emphasise the urgency around this, around the fire risk that we're facing, and that fire up at what's that? Craigieburn, I was going to say Castle Hill, but same area, really highlighted to me, and through some of the conversations I've seen in the media very recently, about how important wildling pine control is and how flammable those wildling pines are in an uncontrolled environment in our high country. And we've seen it in our Port Hills. We've got, it's not wildling out there, but pine is very flammable, very hot burning, and especially if it's just let uncontrolled growth is a very big concern, especially as we start seeing hotter, drier summers, and we're looking like we're going to potentially have one of those moving into this season. So I'm really thinking this is very urgent. I want to find a way that we can do this. Whether this is the right mechanism or not is another story, but we need to be convincing the Crown that they have an obligation to do this work. Most of this land, especially in Canterbury, is on Crown land. They have a responsibility to do the right thing, and they're not coming to the party. They're not playing the ball here. If they don't want to take responsibility for their land, give it to somebody who will, and then fund them bloody well appropriately, because it's not good enough that this is happening. It's not just around wildling pines. There's a whole lot of pest management stuff that we really need to get on top of. And I really like the amendment or the addition that you've done in point 5, because what I see happening there, that conversation with other South Island regional councils needs to be really predicated on the inter-regional pest management strategy that we are responsible for as a regional council. We could leverage off the wildling pines, but there's so many other things in this and that we've got problems with in terms of pests. But really happy to see this come back and to move forward, but I really want to see it come back to the Regional Delivery Committee. If maybe move an amendment, or the mover and seconder could just tack it on there. But yeah, this is urgent.
Dion, in terms of that, I mean, point 4 says that we report it back to council. I mean, we can choose where that comes back to. I don't know if it needs to be stated in the resolution, but that's really up to Nick and Peter if they want to tack it on to 4 there. But I think we've heard that it's probably the logical place where it would come back. So other things we could just note that in the minutes. So either way, yeah. Next is John.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councillor Swiggs has noted the issues I had here around the fire danger, particularly once those fires get into those wilding pines and the absolute inability to control and contain. Equally, I think if we can find a way through to have a targeted change to our revenue and financing to allow this to happen, whether we do it through natural capital, as some of us agree or disagree to like, or we do a targeted change to allow this to happen through revenue and financing, I think we need to do it. Mr. Chairman, I want to be part of an agile and committed council that finds ways to do things. And the wilding pine issue, the biodiversity issue, the challenges that those things bring to us are part of our core values and our core work. So if we can achieve a way forward and find a mechanism through, particularly with the help of the government, yes, I would love the government just to write the cheque and do it. If they're not so forthcoming, then how do we achieve that funding to continue the work until such time as they may well come to the party? And if, as has been expressed, we can get it into a revenue expense neutral kind of space, then let's do it. Let's be agile, let's be committed and get some stuff done that is really, really important out there for our wider communities. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Ian?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, I support the absolute intent of what Peter and Nick and Stephen have talked about. I'm concerned, and I think it goes to Dion's concerns, that the wording of the recommendations doesn't quite cut the mustard. So with your indulgence, I could ask Nick perhaps a couple of questions as to whether he's happy. So in 3, it talks about without appropriate level of funding specifically from the government. So is that referring specifically to your proposal of using our balance sheet to borrow, but before we can do that, you want commitment from the government to underwrite that? Because it doesn't actually say that, but I just want to make sure that we understand exactly what the meaning of the recommendations are. And in 4, getting further advice in relation to options for alternative funding, and the options for alternative funding in the paper were specifically about rating for it, as opposed to the concept that they're describing as being novel ways, and John is referring to novel ways of perhaps changing our revenue and finance policy to find novel ways of funding this. So are you my question for the mover and seconder, are you comfortable with the motion, with the words in the motion, or do we need notes to make it clear as to exactly what we refer to, or are you happy that they are referring to the appropriate course of action?
It's a tough question, Councillor. We talked about this yesterday, and I mean, I'm happy with 4, but probably struggle a wee bit with 3. I just don't think it's, maybe it could be tidied up a bit or reworded. What are your thoughts, Councillor Scott?
Well, I think naturally there's going to be a wider group of people involved in this conversation if we do seek staff advice. I know that like Sherman Smith, who is in charge of the Wild Conifer program for MPI, and John Walsh will get involved. If we get involved with regional councils, Rob Phillips has been working with Te Uru Kahika on this, and Rob's probably somebody that's going to get involved. And then Rob's contacts obviously are important. We've had some discussions, as I alluded to, with Jo McPherson. She's very supportive, but hasn't had a visit from her minister yet. So we just have to leave that in abeyance. I'm pretty sure that Minister, and I'm also pretty sure that Minister Pink, although we've had really high-level discussions with him, hasn't been involved in some of the discussions that we've alluded to in here today. So I'm not too sure what you're asking for, Mac, but if you don't think that covers...
Can I jump in? Look, I think that the wording that we have in front of us is sufficiently, it's appropriate, because I think what I pick up is that there's a bit more conversation to be had, and I think we've got to keep it broad enough to provide for those different options that might come, both internally within our revenue and financing policy and our treasury policy that we need to keep having discussion on, as well as with whatever the commitment from the government looks like, because I think we can sense that some of us would probably like the government to just stump up and get on with it, but that might not happen. So I think the wording is good, and I think if we start to change it, we might risk not getting support for this. So that's what I would warn. Yeah. Yep.
Look, Craig, I'm very happy with your suggestion, and perhaps and in the minutes might note your comments you've just made, because it's important our staff get clear instructions from us as council as to what we expect from them, and the way the recommendations are made in relation to the paper. I'm not sure that those recommendations in that interpretation necessarily means what you just said, but I support what you just said.
Yeah, I mean, I think from
the notes could
from the discussion that we've had around the table, people seem to be open to looking at not just the option around the rating thing that has been suggested, but the other two. So I think that'll happen in due course, I think. So I think there is clear enough guidance from the discussion that's already been had, not that we've heard from everybody yet. I know you might be worried about the rating part of that, but that's only one of the options that's put forward in the paper. There are others, and there might be more that we can discover depending on what the Crown come back with as well, because that's going to determine a little bit where we have to go or where we could go. So yeah, it's a bit chicken and egg, I think, and I think that's why I think the wording that we have is sufficiently appropriate to allow us to carry on those conversations that both internally amongst ourselves and with our staff and externally. So that's my feeling. But again, Nick and Peter, it is up to you if you want to change it because you're moving and seconding these. But that would be my advice. Yeah,
I'm keen to leave it the way it is worded because I think at the end of the day we just want to keep it reasonably general and alive and on the table.
Cool. Thank you, Peter. Do you agree? Cool. Greg.
Kia ora, thanks, Mr. Chair. Look, first of all, I want to acknowledge Nick and the work you've been doing, and Peter. It's great, and I really do like the fact that you are looking to be creative while trying to acknowledge that this is a Crown responsibility as a national program. So I genuinely want that. I can't let you get away completely without a bit of a bag. You made a comment that you're not just thinking about farmers, and Greg, you're thinking about tourists.
We don't bag people.
No.
Be careful.
I'm not bag.
Yeah.
Okay. Just let me go, and if there's a problem, someone will say to me, point of order, code of conduct, whatever. But I'm. This is part of what I'm.
Yeah, but I just think don't say kind of bag someone. Well, I don't think that's appropriate.
You
can debate. We're here to
okay.
debate, so keep it at a debate. Yeah.
Okay. I'm not bagging anyone,
Cool. Well,
but I'm bagging the concept of thinking about the area of a whole. If that was the case, we wouldn't have over 50% of the basin irrigated for dairying. My view. But that aside, I am really supportive of what you've brought, Nick, and I acknowledge the work. I had the luxury of going down and staying with Councillor Ward, who is a very good host, I would add, and having a look from the air myself and seeing the scope there. And also when we went to Kaikoura, we had the opportunity to, look off from afar, and no one can doubt the consequences of doing nothing, sitting on our hands. So again, I just want to support what you have been doing, but I also want to make the issue that the Crown really have to step up. The comment was made about DOC being happy. I'm sure they're happy. They're doing really average as when it comes to them getting any sort of pot of money as well. But that aside, well done you too.
Thanks, Greg. Grant?
Thank for the paper. Just for clarification, really, the document that I Googled last night and referring to is the National Wilding Conifer Control Program. Am I right in that program is a government program?
Yeah, well, that's what you've been told, but it was based on what Canterbury started.
Right. So Canterbury,
and then we get quite a large chunk of that. Yeah. But I don't know, can you, Stephen?
Through the chair, so the national strategy has got its own governance group, and that there has got a Crown and is coordinated and facilitated by Biosecurity New Zealand, which sits within the Ministry for Primary Industries. It's also got a whole bunch of others. So it's got regional councils, it's got the forestry industry, it's got iwi. I'll probably forget some, but it's got a bunch of other partners that are involved in the program. They set the strategic direction for the national program. It is supported by a national office, which sits within Biosecurity New Zealand. And Councillor Scott mentioned the name of the person who is the manager for that national office, that's Sherman Smith. They set the direction for the upcoming budgets, and they have a structure that sits below that, which includes technical advisory groups and operational groups, which determine the priorities for the program in the coming years. That's how the program is structured, and that's how it's set up, and then the money is appropriated accordingly. I hope that answers that question.
Thanks, Stephen.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, because this program has a whole list of different objectives, and the first objective is to clarify the roles and responsibility, and it outlines there what those responsibilities are for central government, regional councils, territorial authorities, landowners, and others. And then it has a table of responsibilities. And one of the objectives is coordinate regional and local operations across organisations. So it talks about a coordinated approach to wild and conifer control operations will provide efficiencies through sharing baseline costs. Overarching regional coordination makes it easier to fund large operations and multiple sources of funding. So to me, the mechanism for us to go forward is already here in this strategy and in this program and in this governance group. What I'm interested in is, at the moment, I'm unclear about what, apart from those maps you've showed us, which is scattered throughout the whole of Canterbury, if you're coming back to us based on this stuff up here, I'd like to know what are the areas that you would specifically want to target and why. How much money would it take to target these things? But yeah, I just don't. I'd like to know what this program is in terms of this governance group. What are they up to, and why haven't they delivered for us over time?
What we're really into now is whether you support the resolutions or not. Well, that's what we really need to get to. And just excuse me.
Yeah.
Nick has already outlined that the intention is to do a bit more of a 5-year roadmap, exactly along the lines of the things you're talking about, I think, so we can understand it better. And I think it's clear that might all be well and good what's written down there, but the simple fact is that the government has pulled back on some funding for this. That's what the issue we're trying to deal with is. We're trying to come up with a creative response to that to carry on with the work. That's what we're here to do. All the words that are in there are great, but if someone pulls the funding, that's where it begins and ends.
All I'm doing is conveying that there's a message here that don't duplicate that in terms of the responsibilities. And why are we producing a roadmap when the roadmap, I would have thought, comes from the program governance group?
It's more about the funding of it, Grant, that we're trying to solve. We already know what needs to be done, I think.
Yeah.
But it's about where the money's coming from, because there's no money at the moment. That's the issue. So, yeah. So do you support the resolutions or not? I think that's what we need to know.
I'm trying to just come around to you to say...
Yeah, but this isn't the final decision, Grant. As you can see,
I know.
We're not deciding today whether we fund $20 million or not.
I'm giving my...
That's okay, but we're here to...
I'm giving my opinion.
Other things to do.
In
you
terms
are,
of my...
not on the resolutions.
It's part of my discussion process, okay?
Well, we're to debate the resolutions that are on the table, Grant.
Yeah.
So tell us whether you want to carry on with this or not. You can vote against it or vote for it.
My discussion will lead to my position on the resolutions. The 2 points that I want to discuss, it is very clear at the moment from listening to Council and in the report that at the moment we can't provide a loan to the government, and that's very clear because of our Treasury policy. We can't. It's very clear that debt funding is inconsistent with the revenue and finance policy and Council's Treasury policy. And so we are stuck. We do have to explore things a bit more. But the idea of us at the moment going forward with a roadmap that we do need the government to be on board, and all these parties need to be, and we need a position statement from all of these parties, in my view. I'll support this because we do need to have some additional work. But I just want to, there's a lot of work that should have been done already by other agencies. So that's my position.
That may well be the case, Grant, but we're trying to do our bit. And we're trying to show some leadership. So that, take your point, but that's what we're trying to do, and that's what Councillors Ward and Scott have tried to say. We've got an $11.5 million shortfall because of funding that's been pulled by the government, but we've got teams on the ground, we've got an issue that's facing them. We want to do something about it. I think there's general agreement on the table that we don't leave this issue alone, we do something about it. So in the interim, the resolutions are there to try to allow us to carry on those conversations. Where they fall will ultimately come back to this council to make the final decision on where that funding comes, how we do it, all those policies that we have. That's up to us to decide. That is what our job is. So, yes, you're right. We currently can't do it, and that's what the staff have said, and that's what the resolutions say. But there's still some life in this, and we've got a live issue that we all want to deal with. So, thank you. Claire.
Thank you very much. Yeah,
Sorry,
Waldings. Sorry, Waldings are certainly a big issue right across Canterbury, particularly North Canterbury, and I know that's something that my constituents bring to me, the concern particularly around the Hemna Basin and further north, Molesworth, yes, and St James Station just recently. So certainly an issue for North Canterbury. But so it is a Canterbury-wide and affects the Canterbury community, but the benefits are national, and particularly for amenity, biodiversity. And as much as I hate the natural capital policy, and I wouldn't think that I would agree to something falling under that policy, I would be quite keen or certainly interested in even putting out for consultation at this next annual plan something around for the revenue and finance policy changing, or even considering a small rate increase. But I think the quantum of the suggestion that staff have put here is probably not going to touch the sides and resolve a heck of a lot of our underfunding by the 1 or 2% that has been suggested, though I wouldn't dismiss it out of hand. So I think if we show the government we are serious and we take it seriously, if I was the government at the other end of the page and saying, well, if they're going to provide the debt funding and then expect me to pay P&I back, I'd be trying to find it myself. So hopefully that's a message that the government would take on board.
Kia ora, I agree. Anyone else wish to speak? Genevieve?
I think it's a bit of a tricky one because I really do think Walding Pine is becoming quite a large issue, and I guess also water scarcity and the interrelatedness between the two. So as you alluded to before, Nick, or Councillor Ward, about energy in the area and needing water and the likes, I think it would be really beneficial to have a conversation with some of the major energy groups to see if they can assist as well. And but there's a breakdown in some of the other regions of how they actually get their funding. And a lot of it is through tourism, private land, district councils. Charitable sector is actually the largest, which is 34%, 1% LINS and 29% DOC. So if we can somehow look at a multi sort of approach rather than just looking at some of the ones on the board, I'd really like to see a bit more of a, I guess, more of a partnership at a higher level and really have some creative thinking. Because, as I'm looking at Central Otago, the charitable sector, they've actually bought, it's like adopt a hectare type situation where they actually do look after the land on paper, and it helps people on the ground. And another thing I also wanted to say is in the 10, 15 years ago, the combined four-wheel drive clubs were part of a Department of Conservation arrangement to actually pull Walding Pines, and I've been on some of those trips myself. They actually did a really good job. St James area, Molesworth, I've been on. We also did Craigieburn, but that was all cancelled and was never picked up again. And I really would love to see some community engagement at a combined four-wheel drive club level, because they can get into places often others can't, and they pull out the trees with them. So, look, I think the conversation is bigger than this. That's all I'm saying. And the funding is bigger than this. Need to be more creative rather than just put your hands out for government. Like we don't get it with anything else, but why Walding Pines? I think we need to look bigger.
Thanks, Genevieve. Anyone else wish to speak? If not, I'll go back to Nick if you want to speak again.
I guess going back to firstly what Councillor Edge was alluding to, yes, I realise that there has been a program, but I guess when your back's against the wall, like we currently are now, you've got to look at alternatives, and this is why you've put this motion to the table. It is a wider problem than we realise, and that's why we want to keep the discussion going. I have got a report here which I can actually send everyone, which I got from Robin Piper, who's one of our staff members on the ground in the Mackenzie, who's doing a fantastic job, and it's about the benefits and costs of additional investment in wilding, Conifer control in the Mackenzie district, and I'll forward that to all you councillors so you can have a read. I've only just come across that report today. It was prepared for Boffa Miscall on behalf of Environment Canterbury, so I'll forward that to wilding pines, as alluded to before, is a wider Canterbury problem. We need to control it for tourism, biosecurity, biodiversity, for fire, risk of fire. Councillor Burns alluded to the fact that there's quite a large area of intensive dairy farming in the Mackenzie. As a farmer, it's not something that I'm my time around this table, and that's probably a legacy of the past when the government of the day offered those farmers water when all that hydro generation happened in that area. I mean, we have talked to the hydro generators, and we are going to have more discussion with them going forward, because it's been papers prepared that if we don't control these wilding pines, we could lose somewhere between $300 and $500 million worth of power generation a year. And given the past winter where we saw a spike in power prices, we can't afford that. So I guess we just like to keep this discussion open and on the table, and I guess that's why this motion up here is reasonably generic and general, and I just encourage you to support this. And I mean, I'm very passionate about this, and so I believe a lot of other people are in this room, and we just need to keep the discussion alive. I look forward to your support.
Kia ora, Nick. Thank you so much. And just to note those two secretarial notes that we'll do. One is about the RDC committee, that should be in a place that it comes back to, and also that all those options are open to be explored. All good? Thank you. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. Well done.
Thank you.
Thanks, staff, and thanks, councillors, for your input there. Okay, let's go to 8.3. This is our Biosecurity Act amendment submission. I know we've been well briefed on this, but Alex and Zoe, cool. Welcome to the table, and hand to you for a quick introduction. Thank you.
Kia ora, councillors. I had intended to just sit here and offer my quiet moral support to Zoe, but I can't help but reflect on that previous conversation and the providence that brings us to now looking at a submission on the wider regulatory framework for biosecurity management. I think the proposals that the government have put forward in relation to this speak directly to not just the wildings issue that you've had a lot of really robust conversation around, and really only one component of that issue, which is around the funding for delivering that. But when you consider that that is just one of the many pest and more visible pest threats to the country, to Aotearoa, it's quite important to be part of providing some constructive, or take advantage of the opportunity to provide some really constructive feedback to shape the regulatory framework for biosecurity management in future. And that's what this submission is attempting to do, and that's the opportunity before you. And I think just reflecting more on that conversation you've had, there are components of this submission of this and the proposals that are before you that directly enable some of the things that you're considering, and that is about providing explicit powers to a collective of regional councils to operate in a unified pest management planning approach. It's about looking at the interrelationships between national programs and regional councils and government and industry to work collectively to tackle some of these biosecurity challenges. So I guess it's a really opportune cadence of reports. I'll hand over to Zoe to actually properly introduce the paper and submissions.
Tēnā koutou. I will just very briefly introduce this report, which is seeking Council's approval of the submission on proposed amendments to the Biosecurity Act 1993. These proposed amendments have been developed by the Ministry for Primary Industries, MPI, following a review of the Biosecurity Act, which they have undertaken over the past few years. And those amendments, and that review really identified some opportunities to modernise the Biosecurity Act and to make the biosecurity system more efficient, cost-effective and adaptable. So to recap the process, submission process to date, Council provided initial feedback on the proposed amendments at a Council workshop on the 30th of October. A draft submission was then circulated for your feedback on the 20th of November, and no major changes were requested to that initial draft. So today we are seeking approval of the submission, which is attached to the report. Our next step, following if the submission is approved, it will be lodged with MPI ahead of the consultation closing this Friday. MPI have indicated that they will be developing final policy proposals in the form of a draft amendment bill to go to Cabinet for consideration in 2025, so next year. So the Council will have another opportunity to submit on those final policy proposals through a select committee process. I'll leave it there. We're happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Kia ora, Alex and Zoe, and I'm really glad you made the connection to the last discussion. Yeah, I've noted it. It was a really good workshop that we had, and noted that really important point that I think a lot of us agreed on in the workshop around the ability to have that sort of a cross-regional council approach. So thank you for raising that, and I noted that in there. Any questions or people happy that we get on with the resolutions? I think we've been really well briefed. Thank you, Alex and Zoe, for your work on this. So happy if you step back from the table. Got a mover for the submission. Yep, Councillor Edge and Councillor Robinson. Do you wish to speak to that, or happy to just get on with it?
Yeah, I'd like to speak to that. I think it's a great. Where's stuff? I think it's a great submission. Really well thought out, easy to understand, and we've made some great submission points about it. I particularly noted some of the stuff were fully in support. Some of the items were seeking clarification, but I think the idea, I think it was item 14 on page 44, supporting the removal of barriers and making it easier to implement the regional pest management tools. And I do like the idea of simplifying the pest management, or the pest and pathway management planning, to facilitate the use of small-scale management programs. And to me, some of the comments too in the submission about the idea of that smaller scale stuff can be bespoke solution finding in a spatial context. And I suspect going forward, potentially in terms of management, a role, maybe even a greater role of our biosecurity advisory groups and those sort of things in localised spots, but also enabling that greater partnership in a broader sense with joint approaches with Department of Conservation and LINZ, and we're already doing that in the Waitangi Clarence River catchment. Where there's shared costs and involvement in that, so it's really, really good. There's also an acknowledgement on item 20 down the bottom there, 44, of our dual role, not only in terms of biosecurity issues, but also biodiversity protection, so that there's some alignment, cross alignment between what we do on one and the other. there was on item 21 some concern, a little bit, I suppose, about the cost-benefit analysis approach. At the moment, it's mainly geared to primary production, but I'm sure that as things develop, that cost-benefit analysis can also input into the benefit and costs of dealing with biosecurity for biodiversity gain, for example. The three or a couple of areas in terms of seeking clarification was regarding the call-in powers, and that's obviously something that requires a little bit of attention. If something's been called in as an exemption or something like that. Certainly the idea of making it easier to review and amend plans is a really good idea. I think one of the key things in terms of I think it was item 48, we expressed some caution about transparency related to exemptions and conflicts of interest. So that's going to be important.
Yeah, just very briefly, I just wanted to say thank you to the staff. I too thought it was really good. And as Councillor Edge has taken up, it's the value of that brilliant regional biodiversity strategy that we're still waiting to see reviewed. That symbiosis of biosecurity and biodiversity. So well done. Kia ora.
Thank you. Any other councillors wish to speak? No. So let's put it to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. Good work. Okay, we're moving on to our public transport triple papers. So let's go to 8.4. Welcome the team to the table. And I'll hand over to you and to introduce the papers. Thank you. So now the first one's on our procurement strategy, which I think we've all been well briefed on and has been well publicised in our papers. So thank you.
Thank you. So I'll take the paper as read. We're here seeking adoption of our procurement strategy. Following feedback at the S&P committee on the 6th of November, we made two changes. One is to reference the spatial plan, and the other is to commit to place value on the benefits derived from stimulating regional and national economic development through the involvement of Canterbury and wider New Zealand-based enterprises when we evaluate our tenders. So a reminder, following adoption of this, it goes to NZTA for endorsement, and it will be refreshed again prior to the major procurement of Christchurch bus units.
Thank you. And I know that the team has, you've definitely briefed us well over this over a few months. And the biggest thing I was looking for in there was the whole thing about the transfer of assets and the control of those in time. So I'm glad to see that's in there. So I definitely support it. I'm happy to move that. Have I got a second? Dion, thank you. What did you want to move? Sorry, Joe. Joe's going to move it. I was just trying to keep us moving along. But away you go, Joe. You can move it, and Dion seconded. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Just briefly in support of this. Really what's important is how this responds to recent changes in transport law. The government's made significant changes to the LTMA in 2023, and these changes give us more flexibility in how we deliver public transport. For example, we can now officially include on-demand services such as in Timaru as part of our network. For Greater Christchurch, these new rules will help us plan better services. We're now able to think differently about how we structure our contracts and how we can improve services, and also regarding asset ownership, as Craig's mentioned. The new framework puts more emphasis on modal shift. It also encourages fair employment. Obviously, Mr. Burns will be very interested in worker rights, and our strategy aligns with these priorities while we ensure we get good value for our ratepayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Dion, do you want to speak? No? Anyone else wish to speak to this? No, let's put it to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Carried, thank you.
Aye.
It's good that you stay there because you've got more to come, so all good. So we'll move on to 8.8 it is, which is our private revenue share work. Hand over to you guys.
Kia ora koutou. I'll take the paper as read, but a few comments from me in terms of context. As we know, NZTA have signalled an expectation to use the private revenue ratio as a measuring target for public transport performance over the next 3 years. This is the intent of reducing the pressure on ratepayers and taxpayers, which was articulated in the Government Policy Statement on Transport 2024. The general function of it is to improve the level of third-party or private revenue that's generated for public transport, with the intention of reducing the pressure on costs. Council have already indicated through conversations that we've had on this topic that improving revenue is a good thing, and indeed within our long-term plan there are a number of initiatives that were identified that would do just that. Unfortunately, a number of those initiatives weren't funded by government through the National Land Transport Funding Program, so that makes our job a little bit more challenging. In reviewing the targets that have been set for Environment Canterbury, staff are concerned that those targets appear to be unrealistic and unreasonable, and we don't believe that they are achievable for us in the timeframes that have been set without significant increases in fares or significant reduction in cost. And Council will be aware pulling those two levers to that extent would have quite a dramatic impact on public transport in Canterbury over the next few years. Further, there seems to be no clear articulation in the written documentation that we've received, which outlines and makes it clear what the consequences are of not achieving those targets, or indeed not agreeing to those targets. So it's difficult for officers from Environment Canterbury to advise Council when they're making decisions on targets as to what they're deciding on. Council are aware that we have a number of constraints currently which will influence our ability to achieve such targets over the next 3 years. The first constraint, which doesn't just apply to us but applies to all public transport authorities, is that we're halfway through our fiscal year already. Budgets have already been set through our long-term plan, and so to achieve the target expectation for this fiscal year seems quite unrealistic. ECAN has also made a significant commitment to support the Minister and the Government in delivering a successful transition to the national ticketing system. We've just implemented our first pilot on Route 29 last week, which went very well, so we're very excited about that. However, that commitment to being the first implementer of national ticketing is a significant demand on our resource and our staff. And so we really don't have the capacity to divert away from that function to put our mind into the thinking around private revenue and driving third-party revenue, at least in the next 2 years. Council is also committed to its community to do a 2-year flat fare trial, and that fare trial is scheduled to end in June next year. So there would be challenges for Council to change that commitment halfway through the trial. And finally, the other constraint which I just mentioned is, while we had intended to implement a range of significant service uplifts over the next 3 years, which would drive increased patronage and thus increased private revenue, those service uplifts did not receive funding from government in the National Land Transport Funding Round, which makes it difficult for us to drive that aspect of our business. Therefore, staff are recommending a more considered, practical and realistic approach to defining and agreeing to targets such that they are reasonable and more achievable. We note the Council has indicated a desire to communicate to the Minister of Transport, Honourable Simeon Brown, around the situation for Environment Canterbury and our perspective on this issue, and so this paper outlines a range of topics or items for consideration for that communication based on the short period of time that staff have had to review the documentation we've received. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart. Any questions from councillors on this? Leon?
I was just looking at page 9. The government participation seems to be missing section that you've written in your statement, and the explanation, the current directive and expectations of NZTA seem to apply all the responsibility and accountability for affecting changes X, Y, Z. But the statement that I wanted to understand what you meant by is when much of the cause of the current situation has been directly attributed to government policy and legislation change. What exactly were you meaning in that statement?
So through you, Mr. Chair, points that's been articulated in the documentation from NZTA is the private revenue ratios that were calculated for the fiscal year 2019-20, so pre-COVID. And so the intent behind the targets that have been set for PTAs across the motu, including Environment Canterbury, is to try and get back to that level of private revenue ratio. So what I was referring to in my statements around government expectations and changes over time, if we look at the cost increases to public transport, bus contracts in particular for Environment Canterbury since 2019 to now, which obviously directly impact our current private revenue ratio, we've seen approximately a 62% increase in costs over that 5-year period for our bus contracts, with a large majority of that cost being driven through policy or legislation change that is outside our control. Things such as NZTA index inflationary applications that we have to apply to our bus contracts, and often the NZTA index is higher than the standard rate of inflation. A living wage and driver wage changes that we've implemented recently to support our bus driver community so that we can run a reliable service. The Employment Relations Act changes we implemented, again, to improve the working conditions of our bus driver community. The desire to decarbonise our fleet and the implementation of some 65 EVs over the last 5 years has increased our costs. And so the list goes on a little bit more. So a number of these things are sort of policy directions or legislative expectations placed upon PTAs. The last one, which I've also mentioned in the document, is the government concessions that have been implemented, most recently Community Connect, and prior to that, Super Gold. What's challenging for public transport authorities in that aspect is that while it is seen as a fair subsidy to public transport authorities, i.e. is it an alternative to the customer paying the fare, it is now being considered on the cost side of the ledger, and we don't control that cost. And it appears to us through the private revenue calculation that local government and public transport authorities are now being asked to offset that cost through local funding.
So we're not playing apples with apples here, are we?
Thanks, Dion. Peter, you got a question?
A question and a little bit of a statement, I guess, Chair. So we find ourselves in this situation, and yet we know that the GPS and the National Land Transport Funding final form are very, very late. So it seems a bit unfair. Comment from you about this is sort of the question. A bit unfair that we're now pushed into this corner without a further opportunity to get outside. We set our programs, they come in late. National Land Transport Fund and GPS that sets the direction for this stuff, and it would seem to be a bit unfair then to sling this stuff on us in a financial year when we haven't had the opportunity because of the lack of timing around those two articles specifically has given us the time to actually get ourselves sorted out. That's a yes. Thanks. I'm happy with that.
Thanks, Peter. Any other questions from councillors? Ian?
I sort of have a question rattling around in my head, and I'm not entirely sure what it is yet, but it's really, what are we going to ask in the letter? I mean, I understand the general terms is that we can't meet the fair revenue targets, private revenue targets, so we want dispensation. But what are we going to offer back in terms of trying to get the government to make a concession for us? Have we got a view as to how we're going to conduct effectively what is a negotiation?
So I think there's a number of things that need to come into play. As Craig mentioned at the start of the meeting, there have been further conversations ongoing. We've had them locally with NZTA officials. There is a meeting this afternoon with the Minister. Our letter will be, we're currently thinking, will be positioned in that we welcome and agree with the introduction of targets that look to increase, but that they need to be set in a way that recognises the context of local government, the environment within which we're operating, the role of the Regional Council and the PTA, and that we need time to work through those with NZTA so that there is an agreed way forward in terms of how the targets are calculated, the implications of not achieving them, etc., etc. The other thing we want to reflect is that, as Stuart has already said, we do have a number of things in the pipeline that will deliver increases in private revenue over the short to medium term, but also are considering things that would have a major impact in the longer term. But those things are not things that we can turn on and off. And what we want to do is to make sure that we can progress in this direction while still maintaining and improving delivery of a public transport service for Greater Christchurch.
Thanks, Ian. Really good question. Thanks, Giles. Good answer as well. Yeah, like we've definitely, Te Uru Kahika as the regional sector, including which is most of the PTAs, have written, and Greater Wellington did that on our behalf, to the Minister, and that's created some response. So that's what the meeting this afternoon is about. We understand that there is some good understanding now that, we do have particular issues that regional councils have to go through to change those levers, and that just doesn't, you can't just do that. It takes the consultation processes, etc. So I think, really good answer by Giles, and I think we'll know more later on this afternoon as well about where that letter should be pitched. But I think that opening point about that we welcome the targets, we just need to get it a bit realistic. And the other thing I think is really important is, obviously in the context of us being the leader on the Motu Move national ticketing system, is sort of important that we're sort of carrying that load for the country, and that's important that we get that nailed this financial year. So that should be a real focus for us. And if we're drawn away from that because we have to try and figure out how we're going to meet these targets, that puts that sort of at risk. So that's an important point I think we need to make, and I think that's well stated in there anyway. So any other questions?
Just make the point that Giles's answer got me over the line.
Yeah, cool. Thank you. Okay, shall we put this to the vote? Have we moved it? No, we haven't. Let's go. Let's put the recommendations up and move. Yeah, John, you want to move that? Cool. Seconder, Councillor Edge. So Councillor Sunkel moving. Councillor Edge seconded. Do you want any more debate or discussion? Yeah. Yes, Grant.
A really good paper, and provides the CEO with sufficient information to write a really good letter. I'm particularly looking at page 10, the risk assessment and legal compliance, and it's fairly clear that we were time constraint for us to consider the proposal in the first place, and the risks, in terms of allowing us the ability to negotiate more reasonable targets and expectations. But in particular, item 26 there, it says any conditions set by NZTA are required to be relevant and reasonable. And I suppose what we're suggesting in this paper is that at the moment they are not reasonable, and we need to find that out and have a good discussion with them.
Thanks, Grant. Any other discussion to be had? No, I think we're keen to put this to the vote. So all those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Any against?
Aye.
That's carried. Thank you. Let's move on to 8.9, I think it is. And this is our paper on the Greater Christchurch fare changes. So welcome to the table. Let's go with this one as well.
Kia ora koutou. I'll take the paper as read. I just want to highlight two key points. Firstly, this paper is a follow-up to the session we had last week, in which we had overall support for the fares direction. Secondly, I wanted to draw attention in particular to the paper's content on child fares. We had some discussion last week about that. We've considered a couple of the options that were raised last week, and the paper includes an alternative of, if you like, returning to the 40% discount for child fares that we had before the fair trial. We do have some numbers on that in terms of revenue and trips, which we can run through. And welcome any questions or discussion on that or other alternatives.
Oh, yeah, Dion, you got a question?
Yeah, I was quite keen on getting that, the point 14, your child fares. So what is those numbers or those implications if we did reduce it back down to the 60%, or even going down to $1.50, which would be 50%? So, I mean, there's a couple of ways to look at it.
Cool. So in terms of the 40% discount compared to what's in the recommendation, which is $1 off, i.e. a third off, that's 450,000 less revenue, but 120,000 more trips. So the total revenue was 18.41 million.
Just that reduction in revenue takes into account the increase in the amount of trips.
Yeah, is that neat?
It does, yes. Yeah.
Cool. Any other questions, Grant?
Yeah, mine was similar, really. The implications of the child fare being 50% of the adult fare. I suppose there's a reference in here for things being simple. In terms of last time, the fare structure was simple, the zoning thing was simple, and it captured people, and it increased patronage really quickly. So just to avoid the $1.80 versus $1.50, what's the implications of that?
So yeah, simpler is better. That's the rule of thumb for this. But it should note that in terms of how we've promoted the current fares, it's $2 or less. So it really is the headline adult fare, which is the key, particularly for within Christchurch. So the implications of having a not so sort of round number are less so when we talk about concessions.
Cool. I'll come to you. I just got Vicky online, and then come to you, Claire, and back to you, Dion.
Could you just tell me, for the discount for the Diamond Harbour service for children, it says the concessions will be the same as in the other parts of the system. So does that mean $1 off for the Diamond Harbour? So school children would now be at $4 instead of at $2? Is that right?
Yes, it does. So in the recommendation, that is $1 off, and that is the most significant step change for child fares. So that's, I guess, one reason why this alternative is it's more, an advantage of it is that it's more future-proofed, if you like, as the adult fare goes up. The $1 off has got that limit.
Thank you. Claire?
Just a question of clarity regarding point 3 of the recommendations. It says approves the following tag-off fares to be introduced at the launch of the National Ticketing Solution. So if that NTS comes in before the 30th of June, we're not putting this in though, are we? We're going to complete the 2-year trial, so we are. I'm getting shakes and nods. Yes.
So the intention was to simplify the various changes that will be happening over the next 12, 15 months. So proposing that there would be a consultation on a change in fare structure given the end of the fare trial through the annual plan. But given the other conversations that have been had, conversation we've just had about private revenue ratios, the introduction of Motu-Move is a good time to introduce an increase in fares rather than introducing the system and then 2 or 3 months later putting the fares up. So actually just trying to make sure that there's only 2 changes for the travelling public, with the intention that going forward, should council agree, we would move to fare changes being introduced or reviewed on an annual basis in February to move them away from that end of financial year annual plan election cycle and to coincide with the start of new academic years, people coming back after Christmas, etc. So the intention here is that if this is approved, we would introduce these fares when we go live with the national ticketing solution. Part of the reason for bringing the paper today is that the national ticketing solution needs to know what configuration of fares we want when it goes live so that they can build that into the system, and then we can test that and make sure it operates and works successfully.
So you talk about if we go to risk assessment, there's a small risk here that a contrary view is taken and the decision to increase could be judicially reviewed. I'm suspecting the closer we get to the end of the 2-year trial period, that risk reduces. We still don't have a timeline, a clear timeline yet, do we, for the NTS?
NTS will be close to the end of the financial year, and also the risk is low. The reason that we've highlighted it is obviously the current policy is a CPI increase allowed for in the RPTP. If you look at the cumulative impacts of inflation since fares were last increased, we actually are still seeing that we're well within that, even with the cumulative change that we will be implementing for the cash tag-on only fares in particular. So we think the advice we've had is that it's, but we wanted to highlight that there is a small risk.
Thank you. Greg, you had your hand up before earlier. Sorry, and then I'll come back to Dion. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I think I'll leave it to some discussion rather than question. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you. Dion, did you have another question?
Yeah, I was just... We can't look at the fare, what do you call that, the zones. And at this time, still kind of got this, in my opinion, an inequity across the network in terms of the distance that people can still get. So when can we look at addressing that? But
that's through our annual plan, I think.
It's quite a long time, isn't it?
It's through our annual plan, and then I think what the paper says is that in February 2026 that could be introduced.
Yeah, I'm just wanting to get clarity on it.
Have to consult on change the fare structure, hence the reason we're suggesting and recommending it goes into the annual plan. The reason that we've said February 26 is for a number of things. A, when the original fare chart trial was agreed, it was going to be implemented at the start of the following financial year. It also allows time for us to communicate with the public after a decision is made. It also allows us to move it away from the election period for council, which is next October. And it also allows us to give sufficient time after the implementation of the national ticketing solution to be confident that we can make that change in a timely way and an effective way, because it will be the first time that that system has introduced a change in fare structure. So there's a number of reasons, and then it also allows us to go, and every year going forward, council will review or change fares or change fare structures in February to align with Auckland and Wellington. So you've got the three largest PTAs in the country doing things at the same time with their customer base, which again makes sense. They may not be doing the same thing, but it actually is the start of a new calendar year.
John, and then we'll come to you, Peter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Councillor Swiggs asked the question and the response has been there. I was interested in where we were with the zones and the cost for those, particularly into Selwyn of Lincoln and Rolleston. The answer has been given, so obviously have an interest representing those people. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Peter?
Yeah, I think you pretty much covered what I was going to ask you, actually, Giles, regarding inflation catching up on us. We set the level, and then we wanted to be equal and make everything round up and round down, $1.50, $2.50, whatever. But inflation sneaks in there. So what you're saying, I guess, is, and this could be yes, no, Giles, but that last statement that you made about aligning with other transport agencies across New Zealand in terms of January-February conversation, is that to take that into account?
It's partly just to ensure that all our customer bases around the country are experiencing a similar cycle. I think the point that's worth mentioning, because there's been a lot, obviously, media coverage of an $8 fare, is that one of the things in the government's discussion document or NZTO's discussion document, and that we recognise, is that regular small increases have less of an impact on patronage than one large increase. And so that's one of the reasons why the NZTA guidance and our advice would be to review fares on an annual basis. That doesn't commit you to increasing them, but it does commit you to reviewing them so that you can do regular small increases.
Yep, Greg.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, Greg.
That's okay. No worries. All good. And it kind of leads again from what Councillor Swig said. So when we're doing that annual plan and you're coming back with suggestions about what that fare structure might look like, are we going to have distance-based as well as zonal as options?
No, so as we've talked to Council about several briefings the last several weeks, is the concept of pure distance-based fares, based on kilometres travelled, is not available in NTS at this time and won't be until at least after Release 3 is provided. So the options to us will be a zonal-based choice.
Yeah, so I think I've picked that up through the conversations that a lot of us think that's a good solution ultimately, but it's just not possible at the moment. So, but over time with NTS and the data that you get from the tag on, tag off, you can make way better decisions based on that. So I think that will become a thing going forward. So I think a lot of us acknowledge that distance-based would be good. Yep. Thank you. Vicky.
I know this isn't the right bit of the process yet, but just signalling that I would like to propose an amendment to the child fare when we get to that point. And being online, it's always tricky to work out quite where we're at, and it can move very fast. So I just want to signal that now. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Vicky. Look, I think what we've got to do now, I think that's all the questions. We'll move to the resolutions and put them. If there is an amendment to the resolutions, that can be foreshadowed in the debate, and then we'll take that at the time. If that passes, it does. If it doesn't, it comes back to the substantive. So are we ready to move these, councillors? Yep, think so. Yeah, Joe, you're keen to move it. So Councillor Davies is moving the resolutions. I think we'll take them all together. And you've got a seconder, Councillor McKenzie. All good. Where you go. And so, Vicky, during the debate, you can speak and your hand's up. And so go to the move and see. Do you want to go at the end? Okay, should we do that now? Okay, well, let's go, Vicky. Let's put your idea forward, and we'll go to that first. Yep.
Thank you. And I did send through a proposal
hang on,
online.
Vicky, Vicky, just wait there for a second. So, Dion?
Well, I was just going to, like I mentioned before, foreshadow something as well, but you've put Vicky first.
Sorry.
So I'm going to... Yep. You've put Vicky first, which means that I'm going to have to foreshadow on motions. So we'll just wait till Vicky says, and then I'll foreshadow something.
Well, we can just deal with them one at a time. I didn't know that you'd done that. Sorry. Sorry. Yeah. So we'll do Vicky's. If that succeeds, cool. We come back. If it doesn't, we'll come back to yours, Dion. All good? Are you happy with that? Yeah. Cool. Well, we'll do Vicky's, and then you can put yours on the table. All good? Where you go, Vicky?
So I'm proposing an amendment. Do I need a seconder at this point, or do I talk to it first? I can't remember the process.
I think you've got Genevieve.
And then see if I've got a seconder.
Happy for you to speak to it.
Lovely. Great, thank you. So I just wanted to say that essentially the child trip fare is going from $1 to $2. Children typically, if they're using the bus to go to school, are committed to having to travel the full 5 days a week. And so in reality, we're going from an $8 capped fare at the moment up to $20. So for each child, that's an additional $12 per week. So if you have 2 children going to high school needing to use the bus, that's $24 more per week that parents are having to find. If you have 3, that's $36 and so on. On top of that, there's a potential $5 per child per week if they forget to tap off. And so it very quickly escalates. I think families are carrying currently the sort of disproportionate load of price increases and things like accommodation. Certainly in food, any food increases, that's like times 2 or 3. and there's really no mechanism, as our paper identifies, there's no mechanism to reduce the impact on our lowest income families, those who are most dependent on the bus often and who, will struggle to find that additional money. So I'm keen to propose that we go to a 50% of the adult fare for the child fare, as we've had before, and that will bring them in line with the community service card holder price as well. It does, the lack of the zones, it does seem unfair to me that children who are going to their local high school are being asked to pay the same as families that have chosen to send their children or commute themselves in from quite some distance, and so I just think there's an inequity in what we're proposing here, and I'm just keen to see that families really don't get a really big brunt of the costs that we're having to put up. Our catchments are quite big for high schools, so it's really not possible to not use the bus. We've got children coming in from Littleton, for example, and around the bays who have to come through the tunnel. They don't have an alternative to walk or cycle on that particular, going to their particular local school. I'm just really keen to see that we look to protect families from these big cost rises, albeit I acknowledge that we do currently have very low fares, but I just think this is just, there's multiplier effects to families with children. It's just too much to ask at this point in time. Kia ora.
Thank you, Vicky. Genevieve, do you want to speak?
I just strongly support Vicky's amendment here. It follows on from the discussion we had a week or two ago on the fares, and it's more sort of in alignment with some of the past fares we've had too, without being too tight, I guess. But yeah, no, thank you, Vicky, for bringing this forward. I strongly support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others wish to speak on this amendment? So what I understand is that if this did pass, it would be an amendment to that line there. $2 would change to $1.50, and maybe in brackets it would have 50% of adult fares. But it might not pass, and then we'd come back to this and then take Dion's alternative and then go from there. Is everyone
that being fare box? Do you think the concession on this will be then picked up by ratepayers?
I think the concession amount extra to ratepayers would be minimal in comparison, in terms of impact, in comparison to the cost picked up by those families, particularly those with, like I say, 2 or 3 high schoolers. I'm particularly concerned that for those lowest income households, that may actually mean that those high schoolers at the higher end of school maybe, feel discouraged from continuing to go to school for those years 12, 13. It's a lot of extra money for some of these families to find.
Thanks. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess as the original sponsor of the fare-free trial, and I guess the trial that we ended up with, I am disappointed that we need to go to where we go to, but that is life, and that is where the government has landed us. So we are in this position of having to get that private share up. That is what we're being asked to do. And if I look at what we were charging, if we go back a number of years and translate that into today's dollars, then the $3 and $2 seems quite fair to me in the interim, until we look at how we might further structure an annual plan. So I speak against the amendment. Thank you.
Cool. Claire?
Look, I think probably Councillor Sunkle's quite succinctly communicated what I'm thinking. I just think that government certainly encouraged and followed on with our $1 fares for children as part of a cost of living package that they put on place. But I don't think that we can carry on using a cost of living forever in a day. I think that some of the other decisions that we make in here actually do affect ratepayers in the pocket as well. So for me, I won't be supporting this adjustment either. At some stage, I think that we just need to bite the bullet and move on.
Cool. Joe?
Look, I'll support this amendment just by virtue of the fact that our adult fares are looking at going up by 50%. And so for the child fares to go up 100%, it doesn't seem particularly fair. And also we know that as a percentage of demographic, our young people use this service, particularly around education. And so while we're seeing this, and I'll save my main speech for the substantive, but I will support Councillor Southworth's amendment.
Thank you, Joe. Ian?
Yeah, I'm concerned that Vicky's amendment is giving all the wrong signals, given the moves we have to make to recover greater fares, as John and Claire have both articulated.
Thank you. Greg?
Yeah, very simply, I see an inequity in the fact that we're not zonal when we're flat fares. So I certainly will be supporting this. I think we need to look to do something, and I think you've hit the nail on the head, Vicky, with your comments.
Cool, thank you. Anyone else, or else I think we should just put it to the vote and see where we get. Oh, Dion, do you want to speak to it? Sorry.
I was going to foreshadow what the staff recommendation, the staff comment was around 60% fare for both the for the bus and for the ferry, because obviously that is a big cost for those young people from Diamond Harbour. And the reason that I was doing that, and if you look at the inflation adjusted amount of the fares that we have right now, based on 2019 and the 23% increase in CPI since that time, our adult fare would be $3.20 and the child fare would be $1.90. So we're actually still a lot cheaper than we were back in 2019, adjusted for inflation. And I am concerned about the direction that we, kind of what Councillor McKenzie was saying. I am concerned that if we do go even further with this reduction, it's another $400,000 and potentially $500,000 of lost revenue. I don't know the numbers, but just based on what you're there, and we're trying to build that private revenue, and that's the direction that the government has given us. But I will probably support the 50% because I think it's not right to not support it. But at the same time, I still think we're potentially going the wrong direction in terms of not looking at these objectively.
Thanks, Dion. Look, I think we should put this to the vote, actually, and so that we can move on and come back to the bigger debate. So let's put it to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against?
Aye.
Yep. Not quite sure who was against. Can maybe raise your hands if you're against. 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks like that's carried. Do you want your votes noted against? No? You happy? Cool. Okay, so just to be clear, that means that the substantive motion would change, and that the $2 would be replaced by $1.50. And I'm suggesting that in brackets we put 50% of adult fares, and that's because that would affect bullet point 4, or sorry, number 4, and the last bullet point about the Diamond Harbour ferry, just so it's really clear. Yep.
We only voted on the bus
fares. Thank you.
We didn't talk about the ferry in terms of Vicky's amendment.
Yep. Okay, sweet. So we'll leave number 4 then, but let's just change that to 150. Is everyone happy with that? And you want to foreshadow something else around the ferry or not? Cool. So I'm happy with that. I think you're right, Dion. We didn't mention that. I thought that was sort of inherent, but that's cool. That might have been my pickup on it. That's cool. So we'll deal with that. So Vicky, have you got another point to make?
Well, I did speak to the ferry. I asked the question about it, didn't I? I did because of the cost, but I did say 50% of the adult fare, and I meant for all of our services, which includes the ferry, was my intention.
Okay, well, I don't think that's.
And I did ask. That's why I asked that question as well, to confirm.
So I don't think that's the way people voted, but happy to take another amendment if that wants to be clarified and people can vote on that. Just so we're really clear. Sorry, guys, but that's the only fair that we do that, because I think you need to have something to give staff the real guidance about that Diamond Harbour ferry and how much discount to apply. Yeah, I don't have all that, sorry, to hand at the moment. Cool. But I think that's the way people voted. I'm pretty sure. Like as Dion said, it was sort of clear that it was to this point. So, Vicky, did you want to put another amendment? Sorry.
Yes, please. So
Okay,
50% of the.
Just going to adjourn for a second, guys. I just got a question I need to answer here. Sorry. So just adjourn for a few minutes. Won't be live, sorry. All good. So just to clarify, like I think because it wasn't clear, 3 has been passed, so we're going to leave 3 as it is and note the $1.50 and the 50% adult fare for that bit. What Giles was saying to me that, yeah, a consistent approach would be good, but let's deal with the ferry bit now so we can be totally clear. If that passes, it does. If it doesn't, then we'll see where we go to. But at the moment, at least for the bus fares, we've got a bit of clarity, and that's the best we can do at the moment. So, Vicky, did you want to suggest something here?
Yes, so for simplicity, just continue with 50% price for children. And so that applies to any of the services we're running, which would mean $2.50 for the ferry instead of $4, which is what's currently with the $1 concession that's indicated in the paper. Instead, just stick to 50% for all child fares.
So just checking with councillors, are you all clear? Like, we'll put this forward as a recommendation, and it would just be at the end of that line, I think, team, that we would say, and the concession levels applied, well, it could be as per bus fares, actually. So this resolution could actually stay the same. But if we don't want to do that, we have to make a different amendment. So sorry, I'm just reading the resolution as it is. Because if we did leave the resolution as it is, it would apply to what's above. Does everyone understand that? Yeah. Let's just put it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Cool. That's good. Yeah. Fear for the ferry. Yeah. Cool. So let's have a. So you've moved that, Vicky, and Genevieve, you can second that. Thank you. I don't think we need any more discussion, but if people do want to have a say about this, I'm pretty sure it's pretty clear from our discussion before. So let's put this to the vote and see where we get to. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against?
Aye.
Just who's against? Could you raise your hand? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One. I think that's still carried. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And just to clarify, Vicky and Paul, you're for this resolution? Sorry, because I can't see you.
Yep. Yep. Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Yes, please. Support.
Yep, thank you. Yep, so that's definitely carried. Thank you. So we'll go back to the substantive unless there's any other amendments that people want to make. Any other amendments? No, we'll go back to the substantive, and Joe, you can kick it off.
Chair Pauling, I support the proposed fares changes as a balanced approach to our transition towards the national ticketing solution, and thank you, Jeremy and the team, for the introduction to the trial on Monday. The UX is great. The reality is like we have to take a step towards the government's position as our partner, as our major funder, and this is a step towards that. The $3 fare with proportional concessions represents our first increase since 2019, and importantly remains well within inflation over that period, as Dion mentioned about the Reserve Bank CPI index since July 19. Vicky's amendments include the important social equity for our concessions, and there are some other fixtures within this, such as the removal of cash fares that are going to impact our community, but this is our alignment with national direction, with a modern payment system, and so on. So this is a pragmatic package, balances accessibility, operational needs, and financial sustainability. Thank you.
Kia ora, Joe. Dion? Oh, sorry, Ian McKenzie. You've seconded. Do you want to speak now or at the end?
Well, now the substantial motion isn't the one I seconded it, so I don't actually. I've voted against this motion on both occasions.
You're allowed to do that, even if you seconded.
Yeah. Look, I think we're going in the wrong direction. We're making the wrong signals, as I said earlier. We should be. The government has given us clear instructions that we should be recovering more fares, and we're moving in the opposite direction to give more concessions. And I have to say, I think I'd be more comfortable with the amendments had we increased the adult fares so that we were still offering a $2 fare for the children, but as 50% of the adult fare if the adult fare was greater.
Thanks, Ian. Anyone else wish to speak? Peter?
Yeah, I'd just like to say that I speak in support of this because I totally understand what we're trying to do here with public transport and have for the length of time I've been involved in it. It is essentially for the transport poor. That's how it's been set up, and I do take on board. I think if the national ticketing system is successful, I think we'll get a big upswing. And I think that we should be looking through that mechanism in the future to try and recover more money for the public transport system that we have. And I think there's a big opportunity there. So thank you.
Thanks, Peter. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I agree with Councillor McKenzie that I am disappointed that we are further discounting when the requirement is to recover more of the fare box. Noting that disappointment, I will support the motion as it stands because we do and are required to gain those monies. But I'm disappointed we sit where we are, and I think we can make some real difference and changes once we get to national ticketing. Thank you.
Thank you. David?
Thanks. I'm in a bit of a quandary over public transport, totally, really. on the one hand, I acknowledge the comments of Councillor Mackenzie regarding sort of government direction and fair recoveries. And then I look at, our bus system, 27 bus routes plus the Diamond Harbour ferry. I sat at an intersection yesterday waiting to get into traffic, and 4 buses went past me with less than half a dozen people on them, on each of them. We're a city that's wedded to the car, whether we like it or not. And I'm sort of at the stage now where I think, we need a major overhaul of our public transport. Yes, there is a societal need to provide public transport, but I'm not convinced that we are providing it in an economic fashion. And for me, I think there's a whole host of things that need to be reviewed before I'd feel confident about public transport in this city. So I'm going to abstain today.
Kia ora, David. Grant?
Thanks, Chair. Look, I'm in support of the changes that have been made. Families are struggling. Children are a significant proportion of our bus users, and they have to do it every day. They've got no other choice. They can't use any other, and especially for some of them that are coming from great distances, difficult to bike and all the rest of it. The fare box recovery is not the only mechanism that the government is seeking in terms of private revenue, a greater share. And that was in our last paper. It talks there about improve the fare revenue. Well, we're doing that. That's what we've done. Grow advertising, but it's basically hinting that there's opportunities outside the fare box for us to add further to the revenue, the private revenue. So I mean, that's why I'm supportive of this, and we just have to look outside the square when we're kind of thinking about it a bit more.
Thanks, Grant. Greg?
Kia ora, thanks, Mr. Chair. Look, I'm supporting this, but I think I have some confidence in the fact that we'll be looking at fare structures through the annual plan process, because we're going to have to, at some point, be absolutely realistic with our public, whether we have instruction from the government or not. We cannot, as a society, hope to improve on it and, in one hand, commit funding to it, and the other hand, keep it these very, very low. If you look at Auckland, for example, they are moving down from a considerable number of 14 fare zones down to 9, and looking at some of their fares from $5.40 for an adult, $3.19 for a child, even $4.32 for a tertiary, and the way that they have done their capping each week, along with the contactless and tapping off type stuff. This is all stuff we're going to have to do when we look at that. How are we going to structure everything? So I am confident. And can I just acknowledge the councillors too who are being consistent with the way that they voted, or the reasons why they voted for the RPS. So kia ora.
Dan?
Just briefly, I think I'll support the motion today. I do think we're not going in the right direction with some of this, and it does come back to the fairness of the fares. I think the fare trial has been great to trial, but I'm still really concerned that somebody just outside, let's say in Richmond, coming into town, that's coming from Darfield, which is 50 kilometres away. So 5 kilometres versus 50 kilometres, they're paying the same amount. I don't think that's fair. I would have loved to have had an opportunity to have that conversation now. I think we could have found a way to have that conversation, but we haven't. It's not the motion that we're debating today, but I think we really need to look at the fairness of our bus system. It's not right. In terms of the inflation adjusted, we're still quite a lot under now, in terms of the the adult fare would have been $3.20, the child fare would have been $1.80. So I don't think we're at the right level where we need to be realistic with what we're talking about in terms of the expectations we've got from the government. I was going to say something around my big concern here is, and it's written in this paper, is about the amount of patronage reduction, or the reduction in trips, 15% potentially with this fare increase. Now that's really concerning, and one of the targets that we have from NZTA is to increase the patronage on our bus service. So both directions that we're getting is both counterproductive and counterintuitive, which really worries me. So I'll see where this goes. We need to make a decision, but I would have liked to have had a bit more of a conversation around the fairness of our bus service.
Thanks, Dion. Vicky?
Good, thank you. Yeah, just to say, I mean, a lot of what Dion just said, I actually totally agree with. I think I would have liked to have also been able to talk more about the zones, because I think that, yeah, very clearly put by Dion. And I'm glad that, thank you to councillors that supported the half price for children to maintain, because I think the children, to families with children having to sort of like pick up the cost because we didn't have a zone discussion would have been unreasonable. I acknowledge that the fares need to go up, but we did have a strategy which was to improve the quality of our service and then put up the fares. The fares have come down to what they have because we were losing patronage and not growing at anything like the pace it needed to go at, even if our population wasn't growing. And we have seen our patronage grow from those lower fares, but we haven't yet done significant amounts of the improvements that we were intending to put in place, and that also required City Council to put more into their investment into their the infrastructure and bus lanes and priority systems on lights and so on, and that's been stalled. So, you know, really, I think the previous paper highlighted that, well, that the government wishing to have both its cake and eat it, i.e. fares go up and patronage go up without any investment in improvements. Obviously, that's not going to work. And so, you know, we're biting part of the bullet, but we aren't able to do the service improvements that we need to do in order to grow the patronage and grow the fares, so that people value what we have. But I think, you know, hopefully with this, we will maintain the majority of our patronage, and perhaps hopefully we'll still get some more coming through our bus doors as well. But I think this is a good balance for this step. Kia ora.
Yeah, kia ora koutou. Look, really agree. Thanks, Joe, for leading this debate off in a really clear way, and for all the other councillors contributing to this. I think one step at a time, mate. Like, that's what we need to do. Like, we've been asked to make changes. I do think we're going in the right direction. We have put our fares up, all of the fares up, but there will be more to come. And I think, you know, with national ticketing, as people have mentioned, that will allow us to go there in time, especially with much better data, to really hone in on where we could make improvements. So, yeah, just acknowledging everyone's contribution to this, of course, and the staff for all your work, all the analysis behind the scenes to get us here. And I take the point around the price sensitivity stuff that you've given to us that makes us understand around that $3 value is pretty important. Maybe in time, over the next few years, it can keep going up, like Dion has mentioned, and we might get there. So I think, especially if our services keeps being consistent, so I think this is really one step at a time. So I think we'll put this to the vote, unless, Joe, you want to have one last say. I'll hand it over to no, all good. Okay, let's put this to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Any against?
Aye.
And abstention. So Ian, you're against? Yeah. And David, you go against? Okay, so you want that noted? Yep. Ian and... Oh, no, you don't? Cool. Happy? So, cool. Few against. So, cool. That's carried. Let's just say it's carried. All good? Thank you. Sweet. Well done, everybody. I've got to go in like 5 minutes. Dion, I don't know if you want to take over now. You want to do that? So, just so we know, the next thing we were going to do is go to 9.1, 9.2 and 9.3, the items of information, and then we'll come back to 8.6 and then go to public excluded. So.
I'm going to leave that there for me.
This bit?
The paper.
Oh, yeah, cool. Yeah. I'll grab it off here after it's got notes on it.
Right. So
point of order, Chair.
Yes.
We've had an extension here. Are we going to continue with that extension until we're finished, or what's the story with that?
We're going to have we'll get to the PX items. We'll have a break after we finish these next few items. We'll have a quick break and then we'll. So what one we're 9.1?
Yes.
Okay. So 9.1. So we're this is Council Resolution Status Reports, December 24. David Perinara O'Connell, is he coming to the table to introduce this report? So I'm just catching up on the notes.
Thanks, Dan. Yeah, and then after those three, go back 8 and 6.
Yeah.
Kia ora, councillors. I'll take the report as read. Just one thing to note is the governance document, that's one of the outstanding actions. We're almost complete, so within the days is our mission before the Christmas break that's completed and back up on the website. So we've just found that as we've been updating it with the committees, there's been a few other things that have required updating, so we've tried to do as fulsome job as possible.
Awesome. Any questions? Councillor Scott.
Just a question regarding 8.3. David, have we started that engagement around PC8 in terms of pathway? Has that been started?
I'll perhaps defer to Catherine.
Sorry, read that again.
The engagement around PC8, Councillor Scott, have we started that?
It says here on 98 on my agenda anyway, resolves to engage with the Minister of the Environment to clarify if there is a pathway available to notify PC8 prior to January 26. It says in progress.
The team need to come back and have one last workshop with the council to land on the policy direction that you are after, and then once that's determined, they'll be able to engage with the minister and the ministry around exactly whether the exemption pathway. So I think there's one more round with councillors early in the new year.
Any other questions? No. So, Councillor Mackay.
Just with respect to that question, my understanding there was still to be some consultation. Staff were to complete this, interpret feedback and go to consultation. Is that occurring before before staff come back, or?
I think staff are going to engage with you first and then wrap that all up, and then so there was a workshop planned for late this year and that's been bumped into early next year, so that's the next first step.
All right, so we'll put the resolution. The resolution is to note the status of previous resolutions provided in the Council Resolution Status Report, December 2024. Do I have a mover? Councillor Ward, seconder. Councillor Davies. All those in favour? And do you want that noted? And Councillor Robinson abstains. Any against? No. All right, we'll move on to the next item, which is the previous committee activities and minutes. We have Lisa Goodman. Is Lisa here? General Manager of Governance, to introduce this report.
This report just pulls together all of the recent committee minutes. I'll take it as read, and if there's any questions, do my best, or observations, do my best to answer.
Any questions on this? Councillor Edge.
Sorry, just clarification on page 102 under apologies. It's suggested that there's an apology. Are we going through the minutes?
Yes.
Of Audit and Risk? An apology received by Councillor Davies. Councillor Davies isn't on the committee, but he might have been in attendance. I don't know whether that's just a editing issue. Probably is. Okay.
Do you just want to note that? Okay, cool. We've noted that, Councillor Edge. Any other questions? No, so I'll put you can step back, I believe, now, Lisa. Thank you very much. So I'll put the motion. They are on the screen for us to view. I won't read them all out, but it's noting the minutes for the Audit Risk Canterbury Regional Transport Committee and the Civil Defence Emergency Joint Committee. Do I have a mover? Councillor Sunkel, a seconder. Councillor Edge. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Abstentions?
Aye.
Passed. Well, sorry. Oh, that was just Vicky. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is item 9. Sorry, not 9.3, is it? It is 9.3. That's the report from the chair. Obviously, the chair isn't here, but you can always ask a question and we can potentially write it down. But take the paper as read. Is there anybody that wants to say anything or have any comment to add on to this? Councillor Davies.
Just got a couple of questions for Councillor Edge, who's been chairing some of the RPT, the Regional Public Transport Plan hearings. And quite remarkably, I was on our YouTube channel having a look at the streams, and we've got about 5,000 hits so far in 2 months. To Mr. Edge, the first question is, what's the feedback been around pits on buses?
Obviously, the hearings have finished. Both the GCP component and the Canterbury Regional Transport Committee component. The deliberations for both of those is due now. It's been shifted to March the 20th. But I can say that there seemed to be general consensus about the idea of trialling pets on buses. There was a mixed views though. Some people are really quite upset by it, especially large dogs, and concern about the separation between people with animals and other passengers. So there is some concern. But generally does at this stage anyway seem to be pretty supportive.
Any other questions, comments? Councillor Scott?
Yeah, I'm particularly interested in the nitrate concentrations in the Waihau drinking water section that you've got there. I'm just wondering if you've got any update in terms of the activity that we're going to undertake with the community down there to see if we can get some non-statutory work done.
Did you
Stephen Hall is leading that, and I see he's left the room, and Tim can't, so we'll have to get back to you on that.
I do know there is a fair bit of work going on at the moment, and that Stephen Hall is leading, and I know that the chair has been leading a fair bit of work in that space as well, but we can come back to you on the specifics. And I know you and Councillor Ward are going to be involved, if you're not already involved intricately in the discussions with the district council.
Can I just say, I mean, one of my concerns is that we seem to be waiting in the wings for some movement on this, and I know it is a pretty in-depth issue that Stephen needs to look at, but we're now probably not going to get a crack at this again until February. So from the time that this paper came to us regarding the nitrate drinking water, I think in November, that's sort of like 5 months. So, it's like the Minister for the Environment once said to me, the Minister for Climate Change, is it James Shaw? Was it James? Yeah. He said to me once about this, he said progress at government is glacial. We're actually mirroring central government in terms of the glacialness of our movement on this. It concerns me.
No, your point is well taken. I think we'll take that up. I can't speak on behalf of the chair, obviously, and I've left him to deal with that because he's been in constant contact with Waimate Council as well. Councillor Ward?
Yeah, I'll just echo those concerns of Councillor Scott.
Absolutely. Anybody else? Councillor Burns?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Anyone in the room attending the Mayoral Forum on the 29th of November, including senior...
The chair did, yes.
So Craig did?
Yes.
Did anyone... What I'm asking is, did anyone else? Because I had a question.
Oh, Did anybody else in the room?
Any of the directors or executive team or?
What was your question? Because we can.
I was going to be around the Canterbury Biodiversity Champions group. They had an update. I just wondered if there was anything around the regional biodiversity strategy review.
Can we get that followed up with, please? Yeah, we'll get that followed up and get an answer to you.
Thank you. Kia ora.
Oh, Vicky. Councillor Southworth.
Yeah, kia ora. Just to say that this morning I did email our CE about the notice of motion I brought that passed about doing community private well information events, and asked also specifically about whether there was any intention to do some of those more immediately for the Waimate community, because I know that they did bring people in when we ran them in Selwyn Waihora. And got the message out, I think, quite effectively. So really just asking if I had a response, but I know Stephanie was going to follow up and let me know. Kia ora.
No, that'd be great. And I imagine that if you do get a response, let all the council know. Councillor Burns?
Yeah, of course.
Thanks again, Mr. Chair. This is actually for Councillor Southworth. I'll cut out an article in the paper. There's a full-page Greenpeace ad regarding who voted for and against the well testing, so I'll make sure you get a copy.
Thank you, Councillor. I think, Teflon, do you want to say something?
Thank you, through you, Chair. I can probably answer Vicky's question a little bit there too as well. Sorry, Councillor Southworth's question. So the response to the notice of motion will be coming back to the Regional Delivery Committee on the 12th of February. And that will have some detail in there, because I know one of the parts of that was whether budget was required, and if it would be required, what that would have to look like for the annual plan. So that will be in time for deliberations on the annual plan. It obviously won't be in time to then be included in a draft that goes out for consultation on that. There is something coming to councillors, and we've said to staff not to send it to you while you're in your council meeting, but to send it after that, which does highlight the Greenpeace page in the paper that Councillor Burns has just talked about, and giving a suggested response, because we know that pro forma emails have been flying in today in response to that. So just giving some links and things that you could send back in response, and a bit of a draft on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Teflon. Anybody else with Councillor Mackenzie?
Thank you.
Well, just a question really around the Waiho, the Glenavy Lower Waiho Rural Water Scheme. I gather, is it true that well, it's not really a bore if it's only 4 metres deep, that the well or the source of water for that community scheme is only a 4 metre gallery? And does Nick or Peter know whether in fact any deeper bores there, what the nitrates and groundwater is if you go down a wee bit deeper?
I can't answer that. I am not going to. We don't have the right staff in the room to answer that. Oh, we might. Tim's going to answer that. He's got the expertise there.
Excuse me. Through you, Chair. I don't know the exact depth, but I do know that it is a very shallow bore. And that sounds about right, about 4 metres. I was actually looking at some data this morning around nitrate concentrations in bores nearby, and which tend to be a little bit deeper in our monitoring, and the concentrations tend to be around 3 milligrams per litre of nitrate nitrogen. So that's up against an 11.8. So they are lower than in that bore that is used for the Glenavy.
In fact, referring to a 4 metre gallery as a bore is probably a bit of a misnomer in the first place, given that they were typically dug by a clamshell and lined with old 44-gallon drums, which used to carry 245T, which is quite a good way of forming a.
I've turned you off, Councillor Mackenzie. You're ranting. Anybody else have any questions relating to this paper? Okay, if there's no more questions around this, I know we've got one more paper after this, and that will be quite quick. So can I please get a mover and a seconder for this paper? The recommendation is just to receive the Chair's report. We've got Councillor Scott and Councillor Joe Davies. there any discussion? Please no. Okay, good. There is a discussion there. Councillor Robinson.
Sorry, I was just doing a wee calculation. Just referring to Dr. Davey. You said it was 11.8 for nitrates. Is that increased again, so it's substantially over 50? Because that's 11.4 equals the 50, doesn't it? What was it? No, sorry, it's not. Sorry, I'm just trying to work it out in my head because we've been using the two different numbers. So is it the... Sorry, confirmation of the number, please.
Seeking clarification.
He's working it out.
Yes.
Sorry, I did give the wrong number. I was referring to 11.4, which is the drinking water standard when it's expressed as nitrate nitrogen, which of course is 50 milligrams per litre of nitrate on its own. So the number that I was giving of 3 would be compared against 11.3.
Are you satisfied, Councillor Robinson? Thank you. Okay, so all those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Abstentions? Carried. We're going to go to this one last paper, and then we're going to go into Public Excluded and have a quick break before that. So this is item 8.6, which is 91 on the agenda. That is the Audit Risk Committee adoption of the 2025 meeting dates and outcomes of the recruitment for independent chairperson. I believe we have... Who's coming to the table for this one? Lisa Goodman? Yes, go.
Kia ora koutou. This is a very short report, just putting forward proposed meeting dates for 2025 for the Audit and Risk Committee. These weren't available when you adopted the rest of your 25 meeting dates, as we wanted to consult with the new independent chairperson first. Which I am pleased to say that we have been able to. At the time of writing this report, we hadn't been able to confirm the appointment of the independent chairperson. But I can say Mr. Michael Rondell has now been appointed to that role. Mr. Rondell is a partner director of BDO Christchurch. He leads the audit division there, and he's also the former head of assurance for BDO NZ. He's got significant governance experience and has been involved in a range of boards and committees, including in the chair's role. So we have a successful outcome there.
Excellent. It's a excellent appointment to the Audit and Risk Committee, Mike. I worked with at the City Council on the Audit and Risk Committee there, so he has a good amount of experience and a good knowledge of different aspects that we're working with. Do I have anybody got questions for Lisa? No. So, Councillor East?
No, I was just going to echo your comments, Dion. I sat on the Audit and Risk Committee at the City Council with Michael Rondell. He's an excellent audit and risk proponent and certainly knows his stuff. So I have great confidence in him being appointed to this committee.
No question? No. Okay. We've got to move. Oh no, we've got questions now. Okay.
I just wondered where we were with the second member position.
That's coming in the PX paper.
In the PX paper.
Yeah. So we'll leave that for the PX paper. Councillor Scott's moving. Any seconder? Councillor Ward. You can move back from the table, Lisa. Is there any? The recommendations up there, I'm not going to read it out on the screen. Is there any debate? Councillor Edge?
Just to say, Chair, it was a very good session with the interview process. Good candidates and a really good advice and analysis through the Sheffield Employment Agency. And that did really well. So we've had a good solution, and I'm really pleased that Michael was going to take on this position. and that we've been able to determine that pre-Christmas. I have a meeting arranged with him in mid-January, just to sort of introduce and a bit of introduction. So, yep, really good.
Excellent. Any further debate? Right, we'll move to just all those in favour. Any against? Abstentions? And do you want that noted? Okay, fine. All right, so we're going to move into I think, is that all we've got? Yeah, we're going to have a quick break.
Do that video.
Okay, so there, I've got to read out this. So that I need to say that at 3:41 p.m, the resolution to exclude the public set out on pages 166 and 177 of the agenda to be adopted. Please confirm that you understand the recommendation. Is there a mover and seconder? Councillor Mackay and Councillor Sunkel. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against?
Aye.
That's carried. Okay, so we will have this part. So we'll just get this last bit out of the way and then we'll... Yeah, so we're back to live now. Okay, so we're back in the public meeting. The next council meeting will be held on Wednesday, 26th of February 2025 at 10:30 a.m. I wish everybody a great Christmas and New Year. I now declare the meeting at 4:08 closed, and I invite Councillor, who's going to do the closing karakia. So Councillor Burns to do the closing karakia.
Kia ora. Whakatau mai te wairua, whakawātea mai te hininaro, whakariti mai te tinana, kina haui whā, tihei mauri ora. Settle the spirit, clear the mind, prepare the mind, go to the four winds, breath of life. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Are our staff ready?
Hey, thanks for everyone's perseverance and patience. I know it's been a big day. We're just keen to get this briefing done. I know the team have said they're going to try and do it as fast as they can. That'll depend, of course, on how many questions the councillors ask. But look, I'll hand over to you, Giles and Brian, and we'll go as quickly as we can and see where we get to. So thank you.
Yeah, we'll take it as read, any questions. No.
Yeah, well, that's a good way to do it.
So the purpose is really, we've had lots of conversations over the last couple of months. It's to summarise the key changes, particularly around fees and charges, but also in particular the public transport budget, summarising where those end up in terms of the overall budget and its impact on the overall average rate increase. And then to give you a brief update on where reserves would be, and most importantly, to get some feedback on the proposed engagement and consultation questions, or the areas that the questions will be in. Brian.
Okay, so there's basically two broad areas which are affecting the plan this year. One being the fees and charges review, which we discussed, I think it was last week. Fundamentally, this is just a quick summary of it, and Council landed on going to consultation with the 4.7% and 14.1% CPI increase, some minor fee additions, and some standardised deposits. The only thing which is an addition, I'd say, about this is just to clarify that the 4.7% and the 14.1% are average increases. So if you are looking at the individual hourly rates in the fees and charges schedule, some will go up more than others. There will be a mix, as in all our calculations, they're quite high level and averaged out at this point in the process, although further detail will unfold as we go through the planning process. So that's really the fees and charges aspects of it. This larger table is just to summarise all the decisions that were previously made on the public transport. As you can see, there's a substantial adjustment to expenditure in the 7.5 million and a 3.9% reduction in the overall rates impact in this year to plan. So obviously that is to some extent good news and the dominating influence on the plan. This particular slide actually just summarises for you where we're going to get to in terms of the overall picture. The top half being the revenue budget, and it has the pluses and, well, mostly minuses as we reduce down the revenue figures based on those prior public transport issues. As you can see, we've managed based on those figures to get to 9.9% rates impact, so broadly a very good outcome at this point, although you will notice that the deficit on the bottom line has increased slightly to 66.2 million. This is purely because public transport opted to absorb some costs into their reserves. So that is the mechanism by which...
When are we going to go through some of the other non-public transport numbers to reduce the rate impact on all those people who don't pay targeted rates to public transport? Because it's all very well to say we're going to have a, what does that come out to, about a 9% reduction in rates, but that's purely impacting Christchurch and not the rest of the region. And I assumed that after all the workshops we had on the annual plan, that working through some of the other programs to look for reductions was probably on the agenda. But the conclusion I have from this paper is that you've done all the work you're planning on doing and reducing the rate impasse, but it has actually excluded everybody outside Christchurch, which seems rather biased.
In actual fact, you'll notice that the 5% vacancy rate, for example, has been continued into the 25-26 year. That will impact across all areas in the region and some elements of the interest costs as well. So it is true that it's probably not as large as the public transport element, but it is a saving which will impact across the board.
Sorry, not good enough.
So the way I read that table, so that other expenditure reduction, 3.4 million, the other expenditure reduction, user pays and grants, and then the 5%, and then the interest costs, so they are all broader impacts for everybody. So the only ones that are Christchurch related solely are the top one, which will affect Waimakere and Selwyn as well, I assume. Are the top three, and that, or the ABC, and yeah, those ones. Cool. So there are savings across the board, Ian.
You know, you're missing the point. We're starting off with a 15.5% rate rise, which is on top of the 24%. I think the average rural ratepayer paid increased last year. That's so 15.5 is unacceptable as a starting point. We've had a lot of workshops, and we've taken 5.5% off Christchurch's ratepayers, so they're down to 10%, but there's almost nothing come off the rural ratepayers.
Well, no, that's not the case. Okay, well, we must see things really differently. Any other questions? Claire, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I just wonder, given, and I suppose it does coattail a little bit on Ian's question, Councillor Mackenzie's question, is around how do we deal with things like we're having a look at the CWMS review at the moment. So if there was to be any changes there, when would that occur? Because the timing of that review doesn't finish until well after, presumably, consultation and deliberations, and maybe even the decision is actually made here, which is a little bit unfortunate because we're going to have a whole year where we could be collecting rates identified for that and maybe not actually needing it all. So just, is there some mechanism that we can actually use around that? Because I think that would be one thing that all general rate payers right across the region are paying for.
So there's a couple of things. Is in the workshops that we run, we started with an assumption that the annual plan would be based on the second year of the LTP unless there were significant reasons to change it, and PT has been the most obvious reason given government decisions. Secondly is if there's work done between now and the time deliberations have done that mean that work is no longer going to progress for whatever reason, then that can be reflected as appropriate in the deliberation process to make sure that we set rates that are more reflective of the work that's going to be done in the new year.
Good question though, Claire. It is a really good question because but it can be dealt with. I hope if the decision's made in May at the mayoral forum. So, any other questions? Oh, okay. I did. Yep. Let's carry on.
This slide is just generally showing you the P&L for the 24-25 and 25-26 year and the change in each of the revenue categories and the overall expenditure. So that's just giving you a look at what the final annual plan will probably look like at the current stage anyway, and the rates change being 9.9%. This is a capital expenditure chart. We wanted to put in there also, if you'd like to note, the natural capital, which is in the 25-26 year 13.3 million, which is significant for the policy frameworks work at this point. It should also be noted the bottom bullet point that of that capex will be debt funding approximately 11 million net. So that is net of repayments, etc. And finally, just a quick breakdown of how the different types of rates, including UAGC, will move in the year. But they're all within reasonable contact of each other, except for UAGC, which we've maintained at the 8% that was previously agreed in LTP. And a shot of what we expect reserves to look like at the end of June 26. There are some slight decreases in some of the key reserves like asset replacement and flood protection, etc., as we actually purchase assets and the reserves are further topped up over time, but still reasonably healthy. And that's the finance stuff.
Yep, Grant?
Just getting back to the comment about the long-term plan year 2 at 15.5%. If we stuck to that 15.5%, does that provide us with the ability to do more and provide a better service for our communities in both public transport and other issues?
If you stuck to a 15.5% rate increase, clearly that would provide additional funds for additional services, depending on where you wanted to spend it or invest it. Clearly, PT, you'd have to fund everything 100% local share, which is one of the reasons we've made proposed reductions to the services that we provided to the people of Greater Christchurch. But it would give you the additional funds if you chose to stick noting that it would not be evenly spread across all ratepayers, as with most of these. That's a average rate increase overall, not the rate increase that individual households will experience.
Any other questions, councillors? Yep.
Because of our current planning situation, where not sure what our current planning situation is now that the government has sort of pulled back and the RPS has had to been delayed, possibly other planning. There was a comment made that because of that we would carry on with our planning structure, but is there opportunity still within that planning structure to do more?
Well, so from memory, given that the planning frameworks have been funded by natural capital, I think that the reduction is $200,000, given that it's a capital related or a borrowing related. So there's a $200,000 reduction next year in reflection of the changes to council direction given government decisions.
So that if we chose to use that money to advance some other planning document, I'm thinking here of the Waitangi catchment issue, that's something we could look at in the annual plan process?
I believe it's already funded, Grant. So what we agreed to with the LTP last year included that.
Yeah.
It included the coastal plan, and for this year it would have included the RPS and the hearings and all that, which obviously that's not going to be a cost, so that's probably reflects in that saving. But the coastal plan was already proposed to start in January, effectively 2025. So that carries on. The Waitangi plan work was already budgeted for in the LTP, I believe. So, and that's already a lot of work. Just saying. So,
I suppose. Yeah. No, I just thinking out. I mean, obviously we can talk about that later, but I know that the Kaikoura community, for example, were quite excited about the idea of the scheme for the Kowhai River and the opportunity, taking the opportunity in the development of that to prepare the groundwork for a regional park associated with that community. But I don't know. Some work's being done through Stephen's department, but that sort of thing I've got in mind.
So if I recall correctly, in some of the workshops, there was a number of areas of additional work that were identified, and it was agreed that some work could be progressed so that within existing budgets, so that if there was an appetite, they could be considered through the next long-term plan process, was my understanding and recollection of where we landed, or where council landed in terms of guidance, which is how we've ended up with those numbers, where the main change to the rating is through the public transport budgets and the continuation of the vacancy factor, which we will roll on as a permanent fixture as in terms of good financial management.
Yeah, I think it's a good answer. I think it would be good to just get a bit more detail about that Kowhai River one, because I think we have discussed it generally, but we didn't get the specifics back about.
I'm not.
That's not your area. So that'd be good, but that we can deal with that in the new year, I'm sure. Claire?
I also put on the table the view that we had been approached by Waipara Regional, what were they called? River residents, or something that wanted to develop the Waipara River into a regional park as well. And so they were quite keen, but at the time, I think that we should be trying to save every dollar. We've had a discussion this morning around impacts on families from the cost of living crisis. So I find it quite ironic that we've got councillors sitting at the table now, or a councillor particularly sitting at the table, suggesting that we should not optimise the 9.9% that's actually been put on the table. That would also, we've had a strong message, or Local Government New Zealand has had a strong message from the Prime Minister to cut our cloth basically, and go back to our core functions and be smart. So I just think that probably 9.9 I can live with up there, so I'd possibly support something like that. So I'm very disturbed to hear a continuation of trying to spend that 12 million or whatever it is that makes up the 5.5%.
Very aspirational goal to keep it maybe potentially around there from my point of view, but it'll be tricky. I can see that there's going to be things that'll pop up. But my question here for you right now is, what would the next year look like? I'm thinking there's it $3.7 million that we're putting from the public transport reserves to carry us for this year. But what will 25-26 look like at this stage? Because we're basically pushing a can down the road.
Yes, but as the LTP years move on, the actual rate increases required each year start to drop away. So from memory, I think the third year is around about 7%. Plus, we will enact the vacancy rate across all years now, which will drop it back further again. So you're probably looking around 5% as a base in the following year.
To add to that, obviously in the PT space there is no money for improvement, so I can't remember what the impact is in future years, but there is no major increase in rates to fund PT investments going forward.
Nick?
Yeah, Dion just actually answered my question, but just to add to what Claire has already echoed, I'm really, really concerned to hear that, here we are trying to save money, and yet, some councils think that we should just carry on spending to 15% because that's what was agreed. I mean, it's tough times out there, and you do need to cut your cloth to suit, and especially when your back's against the wall around costs.
Thank you. David?
Thanks.
I'll come back to you, Grant, but you've had a go, so I'll come back to...
Yeah, impressive that we sort of sitting around 9.9. I would have thought that was where we might have got to with a bit of bargaining going forward. I take Ian's, Councillor Mackenzie's comments on board about a lot of the savings have been for Christchurch City residents, and we need to be looking at other areas. So I'm asking, I suppose, do we have an opportunity in the new year to look at line by line at our budgets and saying, well, is this necessary? And I'm hearing from Councillor Mackay and others that we are being asked by central government to cut our cloth, and I'm from my point of view, it's great that we've had some offerings from staff, but I don't think we as councillors have had the opportunity to have an input on some line items in our budget and say, well, is this necessary? Is this core business? Can we afford this? So I'm looking forward to being able to cast a lens over our budget in February, March next year, and so are we comfortable with 9.9? Could we do better? And I think we can.
Grant?
Yeah, just responding to those concerns. The Kowhai River project, I don't want to dwell on it really, we'll talk about it later. It's a live project now. There is money available through the Kaikoura District Council. It has some runanga support. So, but those things advance the delivery of things for our community. If our community wants those things, then we should strive to do them. I suppose my view is that the less that we spend, the more we have to spend later, and so it's getting a balance of that. But we have for too long, in my view, delayed many projects and not delivered for our community. So I mean, those things can be debated at a later date. But anyway, just to clarify that.
Thanks, Grant. Ian?
Well, look, I just want to reinforce my point, which David referred to, and that is that in the LTP, the average rate rise in the rural areas was around 24%, and in Christchurch was less than 20%. And for this proposed budget, we're talking about something around 7 or 8% for urban Christchurch and 14 or 14.5% for rural ratepayers. So we're not talking 9.9% here. We've got significant differences depending on where you are in the region. And that, you know, it seems extraordinary that we've put all this focus on our workshops and cutting it down for Christchurch and ignored any reductions apart from a little bit of wage clawback for the rural constituents. And they won't stand for that. I'm sorry. It's just that's not an option.
Genevieve, and I'll go to you, Peter.
Yeah, just regarding the reserves, can I please have a little bit of detail around the environmental infrastructure change of, 900,000? Is it just the Hekio Hines Plains? Or is there other projects?
I don't know the answer to that. We can find that out for you, though.
I'm just wondering what the reserve was and why it needs replenishing. Just a wee bit of detail about that would be great.
Peter?
Thank you. Look, I think this is a tyranny of the average number that we face, and 80% of our population is within striking distance of Rangiora and Ralston. And I think Councillor McKenzie makes a reasonable point that we need to assess what the impact of what we're trying to do in these other areas on our ratepayers and be specific about that, because I think that's the message that we have to answer to when we go to our constituents. I mean, you've got a good, possibly a good story to tell to your constituents in Christchurch City as Christchurch City councillors or regional councillors for the city. But it just keeps getting bumped up against our guys where we are, and we know that we can't keep going back there and tell them, hey, we can't do anything about that. But the fact of the matter is that the city people dominate this table, and that's where the vote goes at the end of the day, and that's just something that's hard to take sometimes. Councillor Burns.
Anybody else on this? Because Claire.
Just if staff could explain the general part of the reserves. I mean, we're talking about the whole lot together as operating reserves, but the general is from operations too, isn't it?
The general reserve is literally the general operating reserve, which comes out at the other end of just general spending that we do. And as we know, it's always been under resourced for some time.
Okay, so for me, that's really quite concerning, and I think we're collecting 1.5 million per year.
2.5.
It's patently not enough, because I know that we did reduce it at the time of the long-term plan discussion. So that particular line is really quite concerning to me, but it is part of the long-term plan. So,
Greg?
Yeah, I was just looking. I want to say brilliant, thanks. I'm looking forward to later on when we actually do start looking and debating in bits and pieces. I couldn't help but think, though, after this morning's meeting, if the only option, for example, for Wild and Conifer is natural capital, that's going to be a really interesting debate we have as well. So, yeah, cool.
Okay, let's... Oh, you had another one, Graham?
Yeah, just picking up on this general, the debt that we have on our general reserves. If we stuck to the 15.5%, which is what we said to our public and which has been agreed previously, then would any difference between the 9.9 and 15.5, could that be used to reduce the debt in the general?
Clearly, if you didn't spend any more money and collected more rates, it would go into reserves. I believe from memory, Brian talked about the 2.5 million. The last LTP, the first year, you reduced the contribution to 1.5 million to help bring the rate rise down to the 17 point, wherever we ended up on average. Obviously, if you collect more money and don't spend it, it goes into the bank. If you spend more money and don't collect it, you have a bigger overdraft that you need to fund from some.
That would address Councillor Mackay's concerns.
Let's be nice to each other, people. Like, I think the staff have done a really good job. Take Ian's point that, yeah, it maybe not equalised across the whole region, but we have a lot of issues to cover as well here across the region as well. And where some of those things come up from, that's where it is. So I know, and, we have these issues all the time. Dion, did you have a comment? No? All good? Cool. Well, let's go on to the next bit around the consultation. And thanks, Ross. Thanks, Brian and Giles.
Push the button. Rookie mistake. Kia ora, Chair and Councillors. I won't take up too much of your time with context. Suffice to say that we have decided that we will be consulting on the draft annual plan. We do need to apply a special consultative procedure for changes to Resource Management Act consent fees and charges. That's a requirement by law. And as I just click through these quickly, I will just draw your attention to two things. The distinction between inform and consult. Inform is, as it sounds, it's very one way. It's when there are limited parameters to influence the decision. We are effectively confirming a position with the community. Consult is, as it sounds, it's about a conversation. That is where the community has an ability to influence the decision and provide feedback and information back to you to support and inform your decision when you come to adopt the annual plan. So we've broken down the various topics that have been discussed in workshops and briefings over recent months into these categories, and they've been laid out in the presentation for you. I won't just go through them there because you can all see them. And those are the informed ones there. Perhaps of particular interest is, what is it we're seeking to understand from the community to help you to make the decision? I would point out the second thing I want you to understand is that those questions, as they are framed there, is where we've landed based on the guidance that we've heard from you to date. They are not necessarily final. We're still wordsmithing them and working them into a form that will give you the information that you require in 2025 when you come to make a decision. And we will be targeting our information to the areas where the most impact is felt. I guess the ultimate thing is, if there is anything there that does not sit well with you collectively as a council, now is the opportunity to tell us so that we can address that ahead of the adoption of the draft annual plan and the consultation document. Thank you.
Thanks, Ross. I mean, from my perspective, I think you've captured these pretty well, actually, based on what we've discussed, and outlined the difference between consulting and informing. So I'm pretty happy. But Claire, you got a question?
Are you going to the next slide? Next one.
The reaching our community one, I think.
Yeah. Are you going to address that one or not?
That is the information that we've heard from the workshops to date, based on discussions with the people leading that work. If there's feedback that you have in relation to the questions or the way they're framed, certainly welcome that opportunity to hear it.
Okay, through your chair. So this particular area here, I think, is the one that actually needs to be changed. I've had a discussion with staff this morning around the wording of this. In our previous briefings, we were definitely talking about chargeable hours with respect to consents and the fees and charges policy. And around the consents thing, that's largely the consent planners and the senior consent planners. And staff laid out in the previous table an average hourly rate over every person that was in the team. Now, every one of those doesn't necessarily touch into a consent planning perspective. And I would think that most people that were looking at an application and then looking at their invoice would be wanting to see a consent planner, senior consent planner review, and maybe the odd other disbursement or science or whatever that might be provided a real justification rather than the person that perhaps does the photocopying, or, I don't want to minimise some other people's jobs, but, a lot of people probably wouldn't touch that consent planning, but they're involved in the team. So for me, we currently have an hourly rate that sits at $140 plus GST, which makes it 166 or thereabouts. 166.75, I think, GST inclusive, which is in our fees schedule. And for the senior consents planners, that's at 184, so that's the equivalent of 160. Which in the last week's briefing, the slide did show that the average hourly rate was 140, exclusive of GST, which makes it 160. And there was people around the table here, and I can hear Vicky very clearly saying, well, 160 seems like a reasonable hourly rate to be charging out. And yes, it does. And I don't think anybody would really have an argument with that for a senior consents planner, which it really does make me question the fact that the 14.1% actually gets put in here. Particularly when it's over a 3-year. We've already been collecting the money, it's already collected. So I just hope that, given my conversation this morning to the Director and CFO, that you can work with them to rewrite those to be much more reflective of what's actually written in the fees and charges policy, which is around consents planners and senior consent planners.
Thank you. I'll pick that up with the staff that you spoke to.
Thanks, Claire. It's good that there's been a little bit more work done on it. I just think we'll all need to have coverage of that, because we had a pretty good debate on it last week, and I think it was pretty split down the middle on it. That's why we asked for both to be included. It might be in the way it's explained and the way it's put. I have no problem with that being looked at. But I think that needs to come back to us in the new year. So, just with whatever additional information's been shared, that's great, but it needs to come back to all of us. So, I think take it away, do what you need to do, but bring it back to us in the new year on that one in particular. Because, it was pretty confusing in the discussion, because obviously some councillors had really different views on it. So let's try and get some clarity around that. I mean, the way I understood it is that the 14.1 was merely just catching us up and was charging what the true cost of what we needed to do. And you either do that and get it over and done with, or you stagger it. That's what I understood. But maybe there's some difference of opinion. So if staff can help clarify that and get the right question, or the questions that need to be put to the community, let's do it. Yeah, Claire?
I think that the thing that councillors need to just recall is thinking about, people look at this as professional fees or fees for professional work, and then if you add 14.7 onto the 160, which is the higher end currently at the moment, I mean, you're getting right up there, aren't you? You're 16 plus 8, roughly $24 on it, $184. Wow, that's pretty high up there, I would suggest. So that's the quantum of the thinking. I welcome to see what staff come back with.
Yep, just on that too, in terms of how we frame up the questions, because obviously there will be people who are going to be paying these increased hourly charges that will have a say, but there will also be people who will be picking that up through the general rates if it's not paid for as user pay. So there's sort of two audiences here as well. So I take your point, Claire, in terms of how we frame it up. It's got to make sense in terms of this is the fee that you'll be paying, but then we've also got to look at the other side of that, the other audience, if you like, because the cost is the cost. It just is how it's split up. So, it's a good point, and we'll do some more unpacking on it. The other thing, though, just wanted to mention that obviously in terms of our timing now, the next thing that councillors will see is a it's a draft consultation document with these things framed up in it, so that we'll have limited time in the new year to be unpacking it completely. So if there are any other thoughts, it would be really useful for us to get them. I appreciate we're right at the end of the day today and it's been a long day, but if you've got any other thoughts in terms of bullet points, then, you know, firing those through in the next 24 hours while you're still in council mode would be really helpful. And we can also pick it up with staff, because we'll be bringing back to you more of a finished product in the new year. So yeah, thank you.
Like I said, I think the other ones are pretty clear. It's just this one is confusing anyway. And when you compare 14.1, you know, the layperson's probably going to pick the lower one straight away, but they won't understand maybe why that is. So it does need some further explanation and some further thought on how to put that properly to people and in a way that they'll understand. So, yep, we'll leave that challenge with you guys, but I think we've given that feedback. But I think the rest of them are pretty clear. But has anyone got any other comments they wish to make? Right.
I was going to support your comment. I mean, we had a really good debate about having these two in and the reasons why. So it will be important that the narrative around these is really clear for the public, because otherwise, you know, they're going to be going for 4.7 probably. But, you know, there's other reasons why we want to you know, improve the revenue generated from fees and charges overall.
Cool. Any other councillors? I think you got some next steps, or yep, way you go.
Just to finish off, you're picking up on your point, Chair. The way that we explain the context around the questions is key, and that nuance between, particularly like the 14.1 and the 4.7%, and that context is important for all of the options, even the informed ones. Why are things the way they are? So as part of that, we will be looking to undertake an awareness campaign across the region, and it will be across the region because it is the annual plan for the regional council's work, and there will be specific targeted effort where those topics, where we've identified audiences around those specific topics. So the range of tactics is yet to be determined because we're still working through that and based on all the guidance that we've received, but safe to assume that it will include a mix of paid and unpaid media, targeted messaging, resources for councillors to have those conversations. And again, I hark back to some of the work that we did around the LTP and whether those resources were useful for you. We can do that kind of thing again if that's your desire, and we will be providing support to kaimahi within the organisation who equally are able to submit on these proposals, and we'll be supporting them to do that in a safe way, and we'll be just working to update those tactics as we develop the campaign in the new year. I think we've got a next steps here just to show you the time frame that Taflin mentioned. So 5th of February there's a workshop where the draft annual plan, you'll be taken through the draft annual plan. We're hoping to have the consultation document for a first look at that because you have to adopt it, so we want to make sure that you're comfortable with the content there. And then the rest, as you can see there on the screen in terms of the timing.
Cool, thank you, Ross. Any other questions, councillors? No, I think we're good. Thank you so much, staff, for your perseverance. I know it's a bit later than we intended. Same to our councillors. Just want to say thanks to everybody in the room that may be watching online. Merry Christmas to everybody. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on in our communities, like we acknowledged this morning with the passing away of people. Obviously, it's hot and windy, and that nor'wester out there has been blowing all week. And then one of the names that Ngāi has for the nor'wester is Te Hau Kai Tangata, which literally means the wind that devours people, and it can do that to us. So just be mindful of that and try to be kind to each other. And this is about joy at Christmas. Enjoy the time with your whānau, your friends, whoever you choose to spend it with, and be safe most of all. And look forward to seeing you all in the new year. Yeah, definitely enjoy the break that you will have, and come back with energy to get into the new year. So kia ora, everybody. I just wanted to acknowledge that. So thank you and look forward to the new year. Kia ora.